Hello, gamers. The time has come. The time to discuss anime has come. It is upon us. It is here. It is ready. And I am ready to throw down with all of you. I am ready to be violent about this, okay? I am ready to fucking kick asses if I must. Let us begin. Hello, everyone. First of all, hi, everybody. First of all, hello, everyone. How are we doing? Happy Saturday. Today's Saturday. Hi, everyone. Hello. It's Saturday. I woke up at 4 p.m. And I started stream. Oh, blah. What, 15 minutes late? OMG, hi! Been so long since we last talked. I know it's been so long! Hello, Kai. I know, it's been like a whole, it's been like 30 years probably? But hello, everyone. Hi. Yeah, I'm here to talk about anime and, pick fights. Hello, Goldilocks. Hello, Kai. Hello, Nat. I'm ready to pick fights. I am the most normal anime fan there's ever been, and there ever will be. So I am ready to kick some asses, if I must, to show what normalcy looks like in anime. I'm gonna pick a fight. I'm gonna pick a fight. I'm gonna pick a fight right here and now. So right now we're looking at my personal mal. I'm going to share it in chat so all of you— oh fuck, hydrate. I just took a sip though. Alright, this time I'll take a sip of my soup. I have miso soup. There we go. A good soup sip. There we go. So, I am looking specifically at my mal list because this is, admittedly very inspired by that one video the anime man did the other day looking at VTubers' mals and then me realizing that actually, I'm the only valid person with a mal ever to exist. That's what it is. I'm the only valid person to have a mal. So, I'm going to be sending my mal in chat. My profile should be public, so you guys should be able to look through it with me. If you would like, though obviously I'm sharing it up on the screen for you all. So let me, Fennel-Thyme's mal. Let me do that and then pin this so that you all can look at my profile if you would so desire. I have this set in descending order. So we're starting with my top anime and then working all the way down. And this is partly so I can organize my mal as well, because it's been a really long time since I've sat down and like organized my mal. So let's organize it together, baby. Work through this shit one-on-one. Listening to the latest Fennel-Thyme stream to kill time on my long-ass flight layover. Hello, Jag! Enjoy your long-ass layover, I guess. And also, hello, Twinkle2s. Mushishi was one I was supposed to watch. Mushishi is so fucking good. Mushishi is so fucking good. I will live and die by it. It is simply gorgeous. Also, Mal added this ability to take, like, add notes to your list. And so I want to the best of my ability, add some notes on the series as I go through them. This is really me organizing my mal, I'm not gonna lie. And just talking about anime that I have strong opinions about as I go along. So, you all are welcome to share your opinions as well, but please know that my opinions are the only correct one. That is simply how it is, okay? That is simply how it is. I'm sorry if you disagree with me, you're wrong. Alright. Stand under sounds like I'm hiding under someone's bed. Good. enjoy hiding under someone's bed. I think we all deserve to hide under someone's bed from time to time as a treat. Okay, so I don't really have many plans for this besides this being low-key a podcast and for me to flex my mal. How many series do I have on here? This is only my completed section, by the way. We're looking purely at my completeds. I'm not touching my currently watching or my dropped or plan to watch right now. Only completed. Let me see. I only have 179 series on here right now. There's probably some I'm missing, honestly, because again, I haven't updated this in a while. And I really need to update this, like, soon. So, there's probably some gaps in here that I need to fill. So first things first is we have a few Ghibli movies. As we all know, I am huge on Ghibli. I'm a big Ghibli watcher, big Hayao Miyazaki fan. But not just Hayao Miyazaki, but oh fuck, what's his name? Isao Takahata? Is that his name? Fuck. I'm a fake fan. Isao Takahata. Yes, Isao Takahata. That's his name. So I'm a big fan of Hayao Miyazaki, but of course also Isao Takahata. Rest in peace, that beautiful man. Who's done some really incredible work and deserves so much respect. For 28. I don't even know what 28 is, but we'll see. I don't remember what number 28 is. I know you're joking, but I don't know if you actually saw what was 28. Oh, that's 28. Don't worry about it. We'll get there. Look. We'll get to it, okay? We'll get to it. Anyway. So yeah, up here we have a bunch of Ghibli movies. To no one's surprise ever, I have, I think it's going by, score and also alphabetical, so, while Spirited Away is not necessarily my favorite movie ever, it is definitely up there as far as excellent movies go. Admittedly, I haven't watched Spirited Away in a really long time, and I need to rewatch it soon, so I don't know if I would give it a 10 still, because my memory's too fuzzy, but there's no way that it's lower than an 8. So I'm gonna leave it at a 10 for now, and then I'm gonna rewatch it. And then I will update. Actually, I'm actually gonna add a note. I'm gonna add notes to things that I need to rewatch. Rewatch. I need to rewatch this so I can verify whether or not it is still a 10 in my heart of hearts. However, Howl's Moving Castle, I can tell you, is definitely a 10 in my heart, because I'm gay. I'm gay, you see. And so, by virtue of being gay, Howl's Moving Castle is definitely a 10. So, Howl is so gender. Exactly. If anyone's ever seen pictures of me, you would know that I dress like I am Howl Pendragon because I want to be him. I want to be him, and so I dress like that. I wear those big flouncy blouses and tight pants. So, you know, I want to be Howl Pendragon of Ghibli Howl. However, I really like the book Howl too. The original Howl from the book is also excellent. Every character in Howl's amazing. 100%. I adore them all so much. It's so good. So Howl's Moving Castle, pretty easy 10. The note that I have on it already, because I started doing this, and then I realized I could make a stream out of this. I could make a stream out of this, so why am I doing this off stream on my own in my own time? The note that I have here, is, this is a personal favorite of mine, honestly shaped who I am as a person. Sincere. Genuinely. It absolutely shaped who I am as a person to a certain degree, without a doubt in my mind. So, you know, I think that one's solid. It's easy. It's easy. It's an easy 10. We all know why. We all understand why. You guys don't have to fight me on this one. We know. Howell has impeccable fashion. Even capturing a fraction of his fashion prowess is fantastic. Absolutely. I love his maximalist aesthetic in the movie. He's very maximalism and very, very gay. Very gender. Extremely gender. Very queer. You know what I mean? Extremely, extremely queer heart emoji. Just as I hope to be. And simply try to be every day. And am. Fun fact, I'm gay. I'm queer. Who would have thought? Wow. Wink. Wink. There we go. I wasn't sure if I got that wink in. I hit my microphone. Okay, so. Did I scroll down? I did. Yeah, there's Howell. There's Howell. Right here. Oops, fuck. Right. Right here. Howell. Easy. Let me take us down a little bit to Mushishi. Now, this one I can talk more about because not enough people have watched Mushishi. Not nearly enough people have watched Mushishi. And it's a fucking travesty, honestly. Mushishi is such a good series. A lot of people consider it to be slow, which I find tragic because it's, I don't know, like I get that it has sort of a slow vibe, but the thing is it's very episodic and it's very much how to say, it's like an old fairy tale, if that makes sense. It feels very much like classic fairy tales. It's confusing at times and has its own internal logic, and it can be rather dark, but it's also so beautiful and fantastical, and the OST is stunning and the art direction is stunning. I love Mushishi with my whole entire heart. It's such a it's very inspirational to me in the aesthetics of it and the music. I would highly recommend Mushishi to anyone who enjoys like classic fairy tales and mythology, because while Mushishi does not use any, like, to my understanding, any direct, like, Japanese mythology, it is definitely inspired by a lot of Japanese mythology. Very easily inspired. There might be some direct connections here and there that I just don't know. That I would love to know. I would love to read more into it. I really should read more into it. But it's still very heavily inspired, from all my understanding, by those vibes. Those beautiful, beautiful vibes. 10 out of 10. Please watch Mushishi. The note I have on it is simply beautiful, period. And I stand by that. It is just simply a gorgeous, gorgeous show that more people should watch and enjoy and respect. The one that I have after Mushishi on this list right now is another 10 out of 10. It is Ghost in the Shell Standalone Complex, specifically Standalone Complex. And if you read the note, incredible writing, beautiful animation, especially for the time. My dad's favorite anime of all time as well, lol. Yeah, so this is my dad's favorite anime, actually. For those of you who don't know, my dad is a massive weeb, and I have been raised a weeb. I am multi-generationally weeb. My dad had a list of anime that he wanted me to watch when I came of age, and was old enough to absorb those anime, and Ghost in the Shell was on that list. It was Cowboy Bebop, Ghost in the Shell Standalone Complex specifically. Cowboy Bebop, Ghost in the Shell Standalone Complex, Witch Hunter Robin. I think those were the three. I think those were it. It was Ghost in the Shell Standalone Complex, Cowboy Bebop, and Witch Hunter Robin. Those are his top three that he wanted me to watch desperately when I was old enough. That's wild. I had to get in on the anime pipeline starting with Pokemon and Yu-Gi-Oh! Yeah, well, I mean, obviously I watched Pokemon and Yu-Gi-Oh! Too. But my dad was a massive anime fan. He still is. He still watches anime. He's still alive and kicking and watching anime. He'll come to me and be like, "Hey Fen, have you seen what's on this latest season?" And I'll be like, "I have. Here's my recommendations." And he'll be like, "Good, okay." And then he'll watch them. But he'll watch kind of anything, I'll be honest. He'll watch anything. He'll watch the shittiest isekai. He'll watch every single isekai that drops. He has some really good anime opinions and then some really god-awful anime opinions. Like, again, Ghost in the Shell standalone complex, Cowboy Bebop, and Witch Hunter Robin are his tops of all time. But then he will still watch every single isekai that drops ever. Always. Without fail. So, you know, grains of salt. But sincerely, Standalone Complex is a fantastic series. I really enjoy the writing. And again, it's another show that people can consider slow at times, which I have more trouble understanding. Are isekais like ruling the market? Yeah, isekais are everywhere. There's at least 10 isekais every season. It's a nightmare. Like ever since SAO popped off the way it did, it is irreparably damaged the anime economy. Which I wish I was kidding, but honestly I'm not. But yeah, the writing for... Dang, they took over what? Almost a decade ago? Yeah. Yep. Pretty much. It's hell. It's hell out here. You have to wade through a billion isekais to find the good shit. And the thing is, like, isekais can be good, but I feel like they've been so done over and done through that there's only so much you can do now that will really make your isekai stand apart. You know? There's only so much you can do anymore. Yeah, Standalone Complex. The writing to some people feels slow, but I enjoy the silly little philosophies that they drop into there. The sprinklings of philosophy, the sci-fi setting, the fight scenes bang significantly. I fucking love the OST. The OST is done by the legend Yoko Kanno. Please tell me I am thinking of the correct... Is it Yoko Kanno? Is it Yoko Kanno? I have two. There's two composers that I tend to mix up. Yoko Kanno. Did I do this right? Yes, Yoko Kanno. Okay. There's two composers. It's Yuki Kajira and Yoko Kanno. For some reason, I tend to mix up in my head. So, thank God I got it right. Okay. Yoko Kanno. Iconic. Did the OST for Cowboy Bebop as well. Absolutely incredible sound to every scene. The animation is really incredible for its time, including the 3D animation, honestly. Let's see, when did Standalone Complex come out as an anime? This is me fact-checking myself. Standalone Complex. Standalone Complex aired in... Huh? Final episode date was 2003 in Japan, but when was the first episode date? Airing. Hello? Let's just say it's a 2003 anime. I think that'll be correct. 2003 anime. So, it aired in 2003 in Japan. And despite it being 2003, even the 3D still looks pretty damn good for 2003. Sincerely. I've seen way worse 3D from times much more recent than 2003. But honestly, incredible series. If you enjoy some more politically, like more political, complex sort of stories, Standalone Complex, I definitely recommend. Also, Tachikomas are really good. I love Tachikomas. They're the spider mechs. They're the spider tanks that they drive. And I love them very much. And I love the Major. She's very hot and very queer also. I think every time I see the Major, the main character, Major Kusanagi, I believe her name is, like surrounded by women or like in bed with a bunch of women, I'm like, good for her. You know what? Good for her. Good for her getting laid by like tens of women. So happy for her. She deserves it. She works hard. She deserves to get laid by like handfuls of women. Another Ghibli movie, a little bit of a jump from Standalone Complex, is Kiki's Delivery Service, which we all know and adore. Another Hayao Miyazaki classic. Another Joe Hisaishi. Hisaishi? What's his last? Hisaishi, something like that. I think. He did the music for it. Always gorgeous. He does the music for, I do believe, most Ghibli movies, if not all of them. I don't think he's done all of them, but I think he has done most of them. Beautiful, talented, incredible as always. Kiki's Delivery Service, while it is perhaps not everyone's favorite Ghibli movie, it is very important to me, and I'm sure many artists out there. Kiki's just very relatable for a lot of like myself and a lot of my friends, that it's sort of just a really nostalgic and comforting story. I wrote on the note that I have for it, absolutely shaped who I am as a person, and I continue to look back for it for comfort, which is absolutely it's my words. I wrote it, and it's true. It's a comfort movie for me, without a doubt in my mind. It's a comfort movie. I just love her, Your Honor, and I love the OST, and it's so beautiful. And sure, the story is like, the story is not as well written as it could have been. The ending definitely feels weird and messy. Oh my god, Dino worked? Only took a half hour. Holy shit. But yeah, the ending was definitely messier than it could have been. It could have been better written, but it still doesn't take away from like the comfort and overall movie for me, which still leaves me putting it at a 10 because it is so very important for me. But I could respect if someone placed it, if someone called Kiki's Delivery Service like an 8 or a 9, I would not behead them. I would not behead them. I could understand. But for me, it is a 10 without a doubt in my mind. Let me take a sip of my soup. A soup sip. I want to try that fish pie. I think there's recipes for it. I'm sure if you looked it up, there's recipes for how to make a fish pie like in Kiki's Delivery Service. In fact, I think Binging with Babish has a video making Kiki Delivery Service meat pie. I think Babish, one of the people in the Babish culinary universe, Alvin, already did a video on that. After Kiki's Delivery Service, we have My Neighbor Totoro, which is again just so nostalgic and comforting. And actually, I want to rewatch it because it's been a really long time. Let me make a note. Rewatch. It's been a very, very long time And I love it so much. This was one of my first Ghibli movies, I'm fairly certain. And it is just so sweet. The drink from Ponyo is so good, but to make it stellar, add vanilla creamer. Ooh. Ooh. See. See, I'm taking notes. I'm taking notes. But yeah, Totoro again, Joe Hisaishi soundtrack, absolutely incredible. Nostalgic. It is one of my favorite, or one of my first Ghibli movies. And so it's just, it means so much to me. I don't know if there's really much to say on it. It just means so much to me. And if you ever are in need of just a good warm movie, a movie that will make you feel warm, warm in your heart, then Totoro is absolutely where it's at. It's just, it's a good movie about a family going through some shit and childhood whimsy and shit like that. It makes you feel, it makes me feel a type of way. It's so sweet. It's so sweet. It's so sweet. It's so sweet. After that is Nausicaa, which I did not make any notes on, but I did rate a 10. But honestly, it's because I need to rewatch Nausicaa. So I'm gonna add a little rewatch to this before I write anything else. It's been a really fucking long time since I've watched Nausicaa, but I still have it as a 10 on here. So I'm trying to like dig into my brain to remember what I remember of Nausicaa. I remember it having a really strong message. A very Hayao Miyazaki style strong message. Probably very anti-war and protecting the environment, which is very Hayao Miyazaki, of course. I believe isn't Nausicaa Studio Ghibli's first movie? Isn't it Studio Ghibli, like official Studio Ghibli's first movie? Nausicaa Valley of the Wind. Oh no! Whoa, Nausicaa's an Isao Takahata movie. Not a Hayao Miyazaki. Well, I still stand by it. Isao Takahata and Hayao Miyazaki were like, you know, fingers crossed together. They were like this, so they tend to have a lot of similar messages in their movies, even if they go about it in different ways. Was it not? No, wait. One place says it was directed by Isao Takahata. And the other says it was Hayao Miyazaki. I guess it was a joint effort. I want to say Laputa was before it, but I'm pretty sure Laputa wasn't. Wait, let's see. Hello, I'd like to know the Japanese release date, not the American release date. 1984. Nope, okay. Laputa was second, I do believe, from Studio Ghibli. Also, hello, Ify. Yeah, so Ghibli movies, they do like a Ghibli festival every year, and throughout the months they'll do like a weekend replaying a Ghibli movie. Actually, everyone, if you're a Ghibli fan, make important note, very important note. This April, part of Ghibli Fest for, I want to say 1 weekend, if not 2 fucking days. Just 2 days. If not from Friday to Sunday, it is 2 days. At least around me. They are airing a recorded version of the Spirited Away stage play. Which, if you've not seen screenshots or clips from that, it is fucking stunning. It is absolutely gorgeous. Just, I cannot stress enough how beautiful this stage production looks. So if you are able to, if you have the means to, I highly recommend you get tickets, book your tickets ahead of time, to go watch in theaters the Spirited Away stage production. It looks so fucking incredible. I need to buy my tickets probably fucking tonight to go see it. I think it was end of April. I am so excited that I am able to see it in America. Because it only played in Japan. They only performed it in Japan, and then I think they were airing it in some theaters in Japan. And I never heard word about any ways to see it in America. And this is the first, and it very well could be the first and could be only opportunity to see it in high quality in America. And so I am jumping on that shit. I want to see it so bad. Dr. Eggman / Dr. Octavius guy, who I don't remember from the movie. No, he was in the movie. Yeah, he was in the movie. There's a spider guy. There's a big old spider guy. I believe he was, like a secretary of sorts. Again, it's been a very long time since I've watched Spirited Away. It looks very true. I believe it was overseen... Yeah, the steam room guy. I believe it was overseen by, to a degree by Miyazaki. He's very picky about these things. He's very picky about how his movies get to be portrayed. So I would not be surprised if he oversaw it himself. To a degree. And it is so beautiful. Okay, the practical effects being used for the costumes, I am blown away. And I want to see them in motion myself desperately. If I could see it in person, I swear to God, I would hop on it so fucking fast. Okay. So anyway, I talked a really long time about, my cat is yelling. Maybe. Spicy has some words to say. She also has opinions on anime that are very strong. But yeah, Nausicaa, first official Ghibli movie. I don't know if it was directed by Isao Takahata or Hayao Miyazaki, but either way, it is a very them film. With a lot of, I believe, strong environmentalism themes and things like that. I need to rewatch it desperately. It's been so long. But it's a gorgeous show. It's a gorgeous movie. I'm sure no one would crucify me for saying such, and that it deserves the 10 on my list. However, this next movie also has a 10. It is an Isao Takahata directed movie. Spicy, why are you? Oh, are you okay? Spicy! Singing a very mournful song. But, Grave of Fireflies. Hotaru no Haka. Now, girl, hey, are you singing mournful songs? So Grave of Fireflies. A beautiful movie, without a doubt. Perhaps a little infamous. Fun fact, it was played back in the day. It was played in theaters, at least I believe in America. I'm not sure if in Japan as well. Back to back with Totoro. If I remember correctly, they were put together as a double feature. So, it's a choice. It's a choice they made. But Grave of Fireflies is beautiful. It really is. I am going to spoil Grave of Fireflies for you, so I guess close your ears if you don't want spoilers, but I think it's something that you should watch regardless of any spoilers. As I put it, it is a truly fucking devastating movie. Sincerely. It is a horrifying, quiet, down-to-earth portrayal of two children experiencing the horrors of war. And it is a fucking nightmare of a show. It is a fucking nightmare of a film. It is a film that you will want to enter knowing that it is a terrifying, gut-wrenching, devastating movie. But at the same time, as long as you are ready mentally to intake that and to process it, I believe it is something that everyone should probably watch once. I think everyone should watch Grave of Fireflies once. Just once. If you are able to, like, mentally handle it. I think it's good to watch once. It is really, really beautiful. And, has a lot of very clear anti-war messages, which I agree with. I am not scared to say I am anti-war, by any means. This movie is horrifying. I watched it when I was maybe 16 or 17. And I thought about it for weeks afterwards. Like, since it like haunted me. What are my cats doing? Hello? What are you doing? What are you doing? Why? Hey! Why are you yelling? Baby, why you got a mournful song to sing? You don't need to be mournful. She's yelling enough that like she seems fine. But she's got enough chatting that Lucy is like chasing her now to try and shut her up. Because he hates it when people make sounds. Like, he hates when I stream. He hates when I sing. He gets upset about it, so he's now chasing her to try and make her to stop talking. But anyway, yeah, Grave of Fireflies, beautiful, beautiful movie. Absolutely devastating. Really horrifying. Extremely difficult to watch. 10 out of 10, everyone should watch it once in their lives. It did haunt me for weeks of my life afterwards. And I still, every now and then, it'll like pop up in the back of my mind while I'm doing something and and then I sit there silently with it like playing in the back of my head. All too aware. I'll probably never watch it again. I'll probably never ever watch it again, but I do not regret watching it the once that I did. At all. Zero regrets watching it. Hello, you two. Hey. Hey. Can you guys, like, calm down? Cats, am I right? I'll jot that name down because that piqued my attention. Yeah. Again, truly beautiful. Absolutely horrifying. Make yourself comfy watching it. Sincerely, make sure you're in the right mental space to handle a war film. A war film with two children as the protagonists. It's rough. It's rough, man. Ooh, it's hard. Beautiful though, really beautiful. Very Isao Takahata. Very, very strongly Isao Takahata. I believe the note that I wrote for it is absolutely devastating movie, had me reeling for days. You have to be in the right mental space to watch it, but I believe everyone should watch it once in their lives. I stand by it. A very good summary. So next on the list is Tokyo Godfathers. I just put rewatch next to it because it's something that I really need to rewatch as well. Tokyo Godfathers is a... oh, fuck. Satoshi Kon. There we go. That's the director. Satoshi Kon film. Big on Satoshi Kon. I'm a big fan of Satoshi Kon's works. Rest in peace. God bless. A huge fan of his work. And Tokyo Godfathers is probably up there in one of my favorites of his. Tokyo Godfathers is about these three homeless misfits. It's a very found family situation. It happens over Christmas. These three very different people meet one another, and they find this baby that was thrown away in the garbage can. And it is them trying to figure out what to do about this baby, and how to handle having this baby just thrown to them, basically. And it's a fucking wild ride. And note that I put there is it is the Christmas movie of all time, and I stand by that. This is my Christmas movie of all time. I watched it for the first time over Christmas, and I'm not a huge Christmas person, but Tokyo Godfathers, I need to make it a consistent Christmas watch. I need to rewatch it probably soon again, just so I can really like dig into it and remember it. Because I was seepy. I was very seepy the first time I watched it, but I remember really loving it, and I gave it a 10. And it is definitely like a base. It is a underrated Satoshi Kon film. I don't think enough people have watched Tokyo Godfathers. A lot of people have watched Perfect Blue. A lot of people have watched Paprika. A lot of people, less people, but still plenty of people have watched Millennium Actress. Not nearly enough people have watched Tokyo Godfathers. Everyone gotta watch Tokyo Godfathers. Very good movie. Oh, baby, why are you so mournful? Hey. Have a bad poop? Because it's stinky down here. I wonder if she's mournful about the bad shit she took, because I can smell it. Good lord. She's singing a sad, sad song. It's because she's trapped us down here in this basement with her shit. Okay. Okay. Yeah, that was Tokyo Godfathers. Everyone please enjoy Satoshi Kon. I rated it a 10. It might seem like that I've been very liberal with my 10s, but please understand that I have 179 completed anime on this list. So yeah, I would hope a decent number of them are 10s. After Tokyo Godfathers is Ouran High School Host Club. I gave it a 10. I gave it a 10. I wonder why. I wonder why I, Fennel-Thyme, they, themer, gave Ouran High School Host Club a 10. Huh? I wonder why. I wonder if it has anything to do with the note that I have here. That was, let's see, what does this note say that I put next to this? You know, I used to wonder how my mom knew I was gay. Yeah, so... Ouran High School Host Club, my guys. I can't say it's aged great. I have rewatched it recently. In fact, I rewatch it at least once a year. If not multiple times a year. Sometimes I just turn it on in the background. It's not aged great. It's got some pretty sus-ass jokes. I'm not gonna lie. Some really sus-ass jokes. Some questionable use of language. Wait, Kosugiyasa's 10? Sus. Hey. Hey, Kai, look me in the eyes. Hey, look me in the eyes. Are you looking? Hi. Kosugiyasa's a 10. Thank you. Anyway. Yeah, Ouran High School Host Club, really sus language. Nowadays, some really sus-ass jokes, but like I cannot release it from the fact that it did color my gender significantly. I feel 10 billion types of ways about Haruhi. She is my everything. My sweet, sweet little gender child. Love Haruhi. My voice is going and it's only been an hour. Ugh, help me. I'm too passionate about anime. I feel too strongly. I feel too strongly about this. Yeah, Haruhi is my baby angel, just like Kai said. Haruhi is my baby angel. Haruhi is all of our baby angels. Oh, I just took a sip, but it's water. Been an hour? I know, right? It has. Yeah, Haruhi, baby angel. Adore Haruhi. Absolutely everything. You attack me. You attack me. Yeah. Whoa, my voice just cracked so bad. Haruhi. Love Haruhi. Love Ouran High School Host Club. It is very early 2000s. It is so early 2000s. Honestly, I really love the art style of Ouran High School Host Club too. I really love the art of it. It's the style that they use, especially for the opening. So fucking cute. Voice crack, that's gender talking. So true. But yeah, I love Ouran High School Host Club. It is a 10 in my heart, even if it really should be like a 7. It's a 10 in my heart, okay? Objectively, it's probably a 7. Maybe a 6. 6 or a 7. But it's a 10 to me. And you'll pry it out of my cold, dead fucking hands. The art style was what got it recommended to me, and now look at me. Did it trans your gender? Did it trans your gender? Did it turn you gay? That's the shit that Ouran High School Host Club does to a motherfucker. It trans your gender and it turns you gay. I'm speaking from experience. This is the things that it has done to me. This is what happens if you are exposed to Ouran High School Host Club too young. This is what it does to a fucker. It took many more years, but also maybe. It planted the seed. It planted the seed of transing your gender and turning you gay. That's what happens. Did it make you kiss, kiss, fall in love? Oh, every day I'd be waking up and kissing, kissing, falling in love. ABC always be kissing and falling in love. Kissing with a C. Every day. Every single day. Now for something that absolutely deserves to be a 10 and is not sus, sandwiched between two sus-ass series, Millennium Actress. I refuse to be sissing, sorry. No, hard C, hard C. Hissing. It's okay. Hissing. It's a hard C. It's okay, it's okay. It's just for the ABC. Just let it ABC. It's for the ABC's sake, okay? But Millennium Actress. Millennium Actress is really beautiful. Actually, I need to rewatch it again as well. I'm really bad at rewatching movies. Read it, you chose the pronunciation. That's for kissing, not sissing. It's kissing. It's kissing. Like, mwah. Yeah, I need to rewatch Millennium Actress. Rewatch. Millennium Actress. Banger. Banger, banger, banger. Beautiful, beautiful story. Another Satoshi Kon work. Has a lot of Satoshi Kon's classics, blending of reality and fiction. A lot of, a decent portion of unreliable narratorship, which is something that Satoshi Kon likes to play with a lot in his stories, from what I've gathered. He really likes unreliable narrators and mixing fact and fiction and reality versus fantasy and stuff like that, so that it all blends together in this mush that you have to try and suss out, or just go along with the ride. Just really, you know, sit there and experience it and just let it take you where it takes you. Which is what I personally do with Millennium Actress. I don't pick at it too hard. I just let it take me on the ride that it wants to take me on. I just let it show me where it wants to go, and thus we go. It is beautiful, beautiful soundtrack, beautiful visuals as expected from Satoshi Kon. Yeah, I don't know. I don't have that much to say about it. I just really, really enjoy it. It's a movie about these two interviewers interviewing a woman who used to be a famous actress growing up, and then she, when she was young, and then in her older years, she kind of dropped off the map, and they've managed to secure an interview with her now that she is like in her 80s, and she just walks them through the story of her life. And it melds a lot with the movie she was in at those portions of her life. So it tells the story of her life and where she's been while mixing in the different films she starred in. And it's really gorgeous and incredible, and I really loved it so much. It's so good. It's so good. I think Tokyo Godfathers is probably the most grounded of Satoshi Kon's movies off the top of my head. Everything else is very messy, unreliable narratorship, which I'm into. I enjoy it. Anyway, Code Geass, it's a 10. Yeah. Code Geass, it's a 10. Okay? Hey. I need you to know Code Geass is a 10, okay? It's a 10. Any of you know the movie Psychic School Wars? I've watched it at least twice, and I'm still not really sure what's happening with the plot, but goddamn, it was so pretty. So unfairly pretty. I don't know. Wait, let me look it up. Let me look that up. Psychic School Wars. Ooh, that is shiny. It's very shiny. It looks like it really likes its filters. They say we're gonna put 1,000 fucking glares on this. We're gonna put so many camera burn. Huh? Why are you yelling? Why are you yelling? I will have to look at this. I'm curious. I'm fascinated by the art style. And the fact that you were so confused by it. I'm curious. I will have to look into this. I'm assuming it's some sort of hate 10. You wish. Wish it was a hate 10. I genuinely fucking love Code Geass, okay? I wish I could tell you that I didn't really love Code Geass. I wish I could say to you that I fucking hate Code Geass. No. I love Code Geass. I love it with my whole heart. It sucks so bad. Code Geass is so fucking bad that I love it so much. Can't even read their own notes they left. Yeah, no, the note. It fucking says. Code Geass is simply awful, that it's become one of my favorite anime of all time. I absolutely hate it. 10 out of 10. I get genuine glee from watching Code Geass. Okay? Like serotonin, straight up. I fucking love Code Geass. I love Code Geass so much. It sucked so bad. The writing is awful. Oh, hi. Would you like to repeat that?
What anime are you on?
Code Geass. Anime 12. On my list, okay. Sorted from descending, score descending.
Alrighty. Yeah. I want you to pitch this anime to me, to someone who has never seen it.
Okay. Okay, I can absolutely do that.
Okay.
Code Geass is about alternate universe Light Yagami, who discovers who is given the power to give anyone he wants a single command, and they are forced to do it. And so he uses that to overthrow the government.
Oh.
But not because of the oppression of the Japanese. No. Please know that what happens is that Japan has been oppressed. They have been taken over by Britannia, which is Britain that has taken over about half of the entire world. He is in fact Britannian himself. No. He doesn't want to take over. He doesn't want to overthrow the government because of the oppression of the Japanese. He wants to take over the government because he is one of the Britannian royalty secretly, and he just fucking hates his dad a lot because his dad killed his mom. His dad killed his mom.
What to his mom?
His dad killed his mom.
Oh, okay.
So he wants to kill his dad and overthrow the government in a Monte Cristo style. I'm gonna take everything away from you. Sort of move. He actually does not care about the he sort of cares about the oppression of the Japanese, but only in that he's like, yeah, that sucks. Anyway.
Wait, did he like grow up in Japan?
Yes.
Interesting.
Yeah, so okay, so the entire show is set in Japan. Britannian rule Japan. And as far as the royal family is concerned, Lelouch is dead. He and his sister are dead because they believe that they were assassinated with his mother. And they've been living in hiding in Japan, in the colony of Japan.
Oh.
Yes.
Wait, who's his sister?
Nanali. She's disabled and blind.
Oh, I see.
That is her character. She is blind and cannot walk.
Well.
Yep.
Wait, so who's the green-haired girl?
That is C2. That is the person. C2 or also CC. It depends on who you're asking how you say her name.
CC. Yeah.
She is the person that gave Lelouch the Gias, his power to command people.
Oh.
Yes.
Wait, so I'm guessing he can control pretty much everybody, right?
Yes. Everyone but C2.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, he cannot command C2 because she is the one that owns the power and gave it to him.
He's like, give me your slice of pizza, and she's like, no.
Pretty much, actually, yeah. Isn't there other Gias users? There are other Gias users, and every Gias is different. Because a Gias is a manifestation of your deepest desires, basically.
Oh my god.
Yes.
Wait, so is the brown-haired guy part of Britannia?
No, he's Japanese.
Britannia?
Suzaku's Japanese.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, his BF is Japanese.
Okay, good.
But he does work under the Britannian government.
He's not Britain, is he? Okay.
Because his idea is that if he can climb the ranks high enough, he can change the system from the inside.
Right.
That's his philosophy.
He's trying to fix everything.
Yeah, he wants
politically.
He does. Yes, he does not like that.
Okay.
The oppression of the Japanese, and so he has decided that he will climb the ranks inside of the Britannian government to try and fix things within the Britannian government in his own way.
I'm assuming he hates Lelouch.
It's complicated. They're besties, actually.
Dang.
But he doesn't know that Lelouch, he doesn't know until like the very end of the show that Lelouch is Zero, his evil persona. They are childhood besties.
Oh, because he's got a mask on all the time.
Yeah. They're childhood friends. They grew up together.
Dang.
Yeah. Both of them knowing that like Lelouch is Britannian and Suzaku's Japanese. They, in fact, the Britannian rule of Japan is new enough that when they were children, it was before Britannia overthrew the Japanese government and took control of Japan.
Oh.
They lived through the overthrowing of Japan and then the colonization of Japan.
They literally thought him and his sister were dead, but they were like hiding in Japan.
Yeah,
and it was
Suzaku
just a coincidence.
Suzaku actually didn't know that they survived.
Japan.
Suzaku didn't know that Suzaku actually, when they meet up at like when they're older, Suzaku didn't know that Lelouch was alive. He also thought Lelouch was dead, I do believe.
Mm-hmm. Well, you know, that is like the most simplest way I've gotten to know Code Geass.
Yep.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
I don't know if I will ever watch it, but
I want everyone to watch it so they
sounds
can know how stupid
interesting.
it is. It's okay. I love too that like Britannians call it Britannia, and it's very much Britain, but Japan is Japan,
It's Britain.
and China's China, and India's India.
Yeah.
Well, the thing is too is it's Britannia because they are like. Sorry, I'm having like Kogias flashbacks. I just remembered the United States of Japan.
The what?
The United States of Japan.
What is that?
When Lelouch overthrows the Britannian government and tries to overthrow the Britannia's rule of Japan, he declares that he would like to found the United States of Japan.
This is my United States of Japan.
The United States of Japan. There's also a scene where a girl humps a table to completion to the photos of the princess, the late Princess Euphemia.
Excuse me?
Yes. It's about
What?
a minute-long scene.
Hello? What?
Yes.
That's gonna hurt.
Right? A wooden table.
You could have found something else.
She was just so riled up about it. There's so much to unpack in the show, and it's why I love it so much. Okay, so there's a princess, Euphemia. She is she is part of the Britannian Empire, and is Lelouch's like cousin or whatever. They're all cousins. Look, it's it's royalty. They're all cousins. Yuffie,
and they were cousins,
does not like the control, the overthrowing of Japan, and would like, but she has been sheltered and has only recently been moved into being able to see the colonization of Japan. And when she sees how it is and gets to know some Japanese people, she's like, hey, actually, this is fucked up. And I don't like the racism against the Japanese, and I think Japan should be independent. So in a fucked up way, she would like to work with Lelouch, who she does not know is a Lelouch and is Zero. They're all siblings. Yeah, they're technically all siblings in a fucked up way. They call each other cousins and siblings interchangeably. I'm not gonna lie.
Yeah.
I think the difference is that like she calls Cornelia, her older sister, her sister, but calls Lelouch a cousin because she and Cornelia share a mother and a father. They have the same mother, and obviously their father is the king. But Lelouch has a different mother while his father is still the king. So instead of saying step siblings, they tend to say cousins instead, which is weird. But that is usually where the line is. Cornelia is sister to Euphemia, but then they call Lelouch and Nanali cousins. But Lelouch and Nanali are siblings because they share the same mother and father, even though they're all just kind of step siblings.
Oof.
Yes. Anyway, Euphemia does not want to overthrow the Japanese government. Nina is kind of racist. She is Japanese. Oh, no, sorry. She's Britannian. She is Britannian and moved in with the overthrowing of Japan. And she's kind of, for a while, passively racist, you know, in the way that passive racism is, where she's just kind of like, I don't get it. And the Japanese people make me uncomfortable. But I'm not gonna say anything. You know, like that. And then Yuffie decides that she wants to save quote unquote, I guess, release Japan from control. And she makes a bunch of public moves that against everyone else's will, but since politics and royalty, since they made it public, they can't do too much about it. And then she demands to meet with Zero. And Zero is like, you know what, actually, I will humor this. And then, so Lelouch reveals himself in private to Yuffie that it is Lelouch. And she is like, oh my god, it's Lelouch. Holy shit, hi. It's been so long. So then they get talking, and Lelouch is like, okay, you know what? Actually, I will work with Yuffie. She has a very good heart. She is very kind. She would make an excellent ruler. She can take care of Japan the way that they deserve. And the way he decides to explain what his Gios is to her is he says, and I'm sure you've all heard me say this 1,000 times, he says, and I quote, "For example, if I told you to kill all the Japanese."
Oh no.
You want to know what the next scene is?
What is it?
She goes outside to where she is about to hold the meeting announcing the release of Japan, and instead takes an AK from one of her guards and starts shooting up the audience.
God. Hello? Why?
Because Lelouch accidentally commanded her.
He did it on accident. He's such an idiot.
He said, for example, if I said to you, kill all the Japanese. And she took that. And so she
took that literally.
So anyway, what that does is that empowers Nina, who eventually, Yuffie is killed, through this, because obviously that's what happens. Yuffie is killed, because they cannot stop her. There's no way to revert a Gios. So she's killed, and that empowers Nina, in her racism, because the Japanese killed her hero, Euphemia. And Euphemia is her hero, by the way, because they ended up in a terrorist situation together, and Euphemia got them all out of the terrorist situation by the Japanese, while they were being held by a Japanese liberation group. They were in a tower and being held hostage, and Princess Euphemia happened to be there undercover, and then revealed herself to everyone, and then personally spoke to Nina to calm her down while Nina was having like a panic attack. So Nina imprinted on that significantly, and so Nina has a big, fat, massive, horny-ass crush for Princess Euphemia, her hero. And so Princess Euphemia being killed makes her go over the fucking edge, and there is a scene again where in private, Nina is looking at magazine clippings of Princess Euphemia while in the class, literally while in a student council room after hours, and ends up humping the table to completion, looking at the clippings of Princess Euphemia, only to be caught by Nonali, Lelouch's disabled, blind younger sister, because they live in the council house.
No.
But because Nonali is blind, she doesn't know what just happened. She just heard something moving in the council room. She heard a creaking, and she wanted to see if everything was okay.
No!
Anyway, I love this show. It's so insane and so stupid that I genuinely, like, there are shows that I've hate watched and I fucking hate massively. Black Bullet is somewhere at the bottom of this Mal list, okay? Black Bullet is somewhere down there. I've watched it 3 times and I fucking hate it. Code Geass, however, I've watched it so many times and it's awful and I love it so much. It's so funny. Also, calling people Japanese, like the racist people, they don't call them Japanese, they call them 11s. Because they're the 11th colony. And the district that they live in is District 11. It's the rundown, quote unquote, as they call it, ghetto.
Right.
So they call the Japanese people 11s as a derogatory term. And every time they say it, they do say it with the vigor of calling them a slur. Every single time. And it's...
Looks like this guy.
Yeah. It's so bad. It's so bad. It's so bogglingly insane. And I love this show so much. There's always so much to unpack, guys. All of that I just said, that's like half of season 1. There's a whole season 2 and a movie.
Good.
I love this show. It's so bad, okay? I am the most normal Code Geass fan there ever is, because here's the thing, you need to understand, just like with Death Note fans, okay? Like with Death Note fans. There are Death Note fans out there and Code Geass fans out there that look at Lelouch and Light Yagami and say, you know what, I think they're right.
No.
I think they were right.
No.
And that's immediately a massive red flag, you see. That's horrifying. That is actually terrifying. However, I look at Light Yagami, I look at Death Note, and I look at Code Geass, and I'm like, these guys are fucked. I love this show.
Oh my god.
They're heinous. This is a fucking fire. I'm like watching the world burn, and it's so insane that I can't look away. What a wild ride. I love this show. Is Code Geass all top 10 for anime for Fen? Not of all time, but it's definitely up there. Code Mint, watch what you want. Good question, honestly. Honestly, Code Geass watch party when. I need to get all of you guys to watch Code Geass with me. I need you to understand, please.
You can't take me with you.
You need to be fucked up about Lelouch and Suzaku and how messy they are. They're red and blue, Your Honor.
Your Honor.
They're red and blue and childhood best friends, and they look at each other with a weird, deep intimacy. And they're rivals. And they killed each other.
My god.
Yeah.
Dang.
And yet they rescue each other at the same time. They may have killed each other, but they also rescue each other. And care for each other. There's a very weirdly intimate scene at the end of season 2 where Suzaku just killed Lelouch, and they're like sharing memories while Suzaku is holding the blade in Lelouch's chest and saying goodbye to one another.
Oh my god.
And Lelouch is like bleeding out over Suzaku's hands. Oh, it's so homoerotic, Kai. Extremely. It's wild. I fucking love this show. God, I love this show. Oh, and at one point, Lelouch, I'm spoiling Code Geass for y'all, but that's okay. It doesn't mean anything. Lelouch uses his Geass because for a long time, Suzaku doesn't know that Lelouch is Zero, but Lelouch knows Suzaku is the top knight of the Britannian forces, so they clash a lot. And at one point, Lelouch commands Suzaku to live with his Geass, and that fucking haunts Suzaku. Which is extremely homoerotic. So Suzaku literally, even if he wants to die, because after he falls in love with Yuffie, and after Yuffie dies, he's like fucked up, and he's like, he wants to die, but he literally can't. Because Lelouch commanded him to live. He like, he has, it is deeply ingrained in his brain that he has to do everything he can to keep himself from dying. He has no choice. Everything in his power.
Wow. That's effed up.
It's so effed up and so homosexual.
That's pretty cool though, actually.
Yeah, but Lelouch did it because he, despite how much they fight, he still cares so much about Suzaku that he cannot bear to let Suzaku die because of his own recklessness in losing Euphemia. At one point, Suzaku blows up an entire city because of Lelouch telling him he has to live. So he chose his own life over the city. Against his will.
You know who has a very similar relationship to this?
What? Who?
Hannibal and Will.
Yeah, so you would love Code Geass.
No.
And we should watch it, Smile.
Oh my god. Anyways, alright. Based on what you've told me, I will give this, I'll give it a 6 out of 10.
That is valid. It is a 10 out of 10 in my heart, including the movies. I have season 1 and season 2 listed as a 10 on my mal.
Alright, my anime recommendation is, Haikyuu.
Haikyuu?
My one and truly, my one and only.
Go ahead and sell us
The love
Haikyuu,
of
even
my
though I'm
life.
pretty sure everyone ever has watched Haikyuu. If they haven't, they should.
Haikyuu is really great because, the main character, Hinata, he watches a tournament, a volleyball tournament. It's like nationals. He sees this guy who's about as short as him, and that guy is like amazingly good at volleyball. And so Hinata is so inspired by it that he decides to start playing volleyball too. But the middle school he's at doesn't have a volleyball club, so he has to learn all on his own, and he's fully dedicated. He spends so much time like learning, and he even asks like the girl volleyball club, because like there's a girl.
You just cut out. Night. Night, come home. Hey, Zero? Hey, Zero, did you do this?
Wow. Discord hates me.
I noticed you cut out while something volleyball tournament. Anyway, Captain Zero just bought me my clown costume.
Oh, that's wonderful.
While talking about Kogias.
Yeah! You have to wear it every single time that you watch Kojias with anyone.
I will put it back on anytime I'm watching Kogias, every single time. Without fail. Thank you so much.
But yeah, Haikyuu. He loves volleyball. He's so dedicated. Yada. He goes to his very first volleyball competition, or like this or tournament, whatever. And there he meets his rival, Kageyama. He meets Kageyama.
Okay.
Kageyama is like literally he's a prodigy at volleyball, and he versus them. Of course, Hinata's team is like not great, and they get beaten really bad. But what he does is he shows off how like fast he is and his reflexes and all this stuff, and everyone's like, whoa, he's crazy good. Too bad like he's like in a bad team and everything. And Kageyama hates him, but he also notices how much like Hinata like is like so dedicated to the sport and recognizes him then and there. But he's also pissed off because he's like, you have these talents, but you're wasting them. What the freak? You're so stupid. And Hinata's like, oh my god, I hate this guy. So Hinata basically is like, he's gonna be my ultimate rival. I am going to destroy him. And like when I first watched it, I was like, oh, this is gonna be really fun. Like rival story, I love that. Yeah. The twist is that Hinata goes into high school. He's able to finally go to like do a volleyball team. He goes to the high school that his idol went to, so that he could also play in the same volleyball team. He gets there and he's excited. He's signed up. He's about to do practice. He gets in, and lo and behold, Kageyama's there too.
Yeah!
And then you're like, wait, they're teammates! And so
oh my god, they were teammates.
And it just goes from there. And it's so good. It is very, very good. All of the interpersonal relationships between all the volleyball players throughout the whole like anime, very good. Very nice. Everybody like I just love them. I love every single one of them. I can't hate any of them. I love them all. They make me so happy. But yes, that's my anime.
Beautiful, thank you. I think I have Haikyuu on this list. I've watched I've watched like half of Haikyuu. I accidentally fell off of it because my attention span is just bad, but like I really enjoy all of Haikyuu that I watched. Everyone should watch Haikyuu. It's a 10 out of 10.
I love
I would
Haikyuu.
probably, actually, I'd probably rate it like, I don't know, like an 8 or a 9. I really love Haikyuu. It is very good.
It's so good. It makes me so happy.
It's so good. It's so good. Everyone watch Haikyuu.
Watch it right now. Watch it right now. I'm using my Gios to command you.
Uses my watch Haikyuu Gios on you. That's why I say I'm using my Gios on you guys all the time, by the way. It's because Code Geass, it haunts me. I'm using my watch thing.
Your jokes now. I understand your weeb jokes.
Thank you. Every day I'm using my Gios on you to watch more anime. I'm using my Gios to watch Code Geass.
I woke up from a nap, I saw you were in stream, I was like, I'm gonna go in.
Okay.
So I'm gonna get up. I'm gonna get up from my bed.
Okay.
Alright, have fun with your animes. I'll be lurking a little later.
Okay, bye night! Bye!
Bye! Bye herpes! Goodbye!
Bye!
Bye!
Naito Sprout, everybody. Naito Sprout. Our beloved Naito Sprout. If you weren't following them, you should be. And Reign the Conqueror. It's fine, watch more anime. It's time. It's time zero. Look, I have an entire mal. I have pinned my mal. You can just go through it. Just pick anime. Look, I'm like hand feeding you guys some anime, okay? Just handing them out to you. So, after Code Geass on my list, we have the classic, the iconic Full Metal Alchemist Brotherhood. I don't even know what to say about it, guys. It's Full Metal Alchemist. If you haven't watched Full Metal Alchemist by now, then I don't know. I don't even fucking know what you're doing. Just watch it. Just do it. Sorry, sipping a soup. Just fucking watch it. What I wrote for a note on it is, iconic, I think you can hand FMA/FMAB, Full Metal Alchemist / Full Metal Alchemist Brotherhood to just about anyone and they'll find something they love about it. Yeah. So here's the thing. I'm putting my hands on the desk, okay? Here's the thing, everybody. Full Metal Alchemist might not be my top anime of all time. Okay? My personal favorite animes of all time are different. However, I do think Full Metal Alchemist is an anime that you can hand to pretty much anyone over the age of like 14 and they will enjoy it. I'm talking like you could probably show it to your parents and they would enjoy it if they like a good action flick. You can show it to your fucking cousins, to your nieces and nephews, to your siblings. I think pretty much anyone can watch Full Metal Alchemist and at least think it's good. If not bangin', okay? I think it is a really universal anime that you can hand to pretty much anyone. Like, I would say, like, as far as universal anime go, it's Full Metal Alchemist, it's Cowboy Bebop. Yeah, pretty much. And I guess, like, Pokemon and shit like that, but, you know, it's fucking Pokemon, obviously. But, like, Full Metal Alchemist and Cowboy Bebop, you can pretty much give to anyone, okay? Anyone can have them. I have been handed something. I have been handed a gift, everybody. Let me just. Oh, fuck. No, this isn't gonna work. Let me fuck. Oh, you know what? Fuck. I'm gonna save this. I'm just gonna save it. I'm just gonna save it. It'll work. Where is it? Where is it? Oh. Images. Images. Is it? Here we go. There we go. That's better. It is a genuine 10 out of 10. Anyway, moving on. Everyone watch the cowboy in the metal anime. Yes. Yes, yes, yes. Sean really went through it for that. Yep. Sean fought tooth and nail to make that one. Hey, Sean, guess what? You should have put that meme in fucking fart time, not in meme corner. Get dunked on, bitch. You put it in the wrong channel. Eat shit. Anyway. Kuragehime. Princess Jellyfish. Princess Jellyfish. Anime of all time. Really just a fucking gorgeous, stunning anime. Berlin was putting Nightcore in art. The server's in chaos right now. Oh my god. Everyone needs to pull it together. Holy shit. Nobody knows how to use my server. My mods don't know how to use my own server. God damn it. Anyway, Princess Jellyfish. One of my all-time favorite anime. Like I was saying, Full Metal Alchemist, 10 out of 10, you can hand it to anyone. Not my favorite anime. Princess Jellyfish is one of my favorite anime. You cannot hand it to everyone. It is very gay. It is very... Princess Jellyfish is queer culture. That's gay people culture right there. This is for the gays out there. Princess Jellyfish is so fucking good. Premise. It is the premise. Here's the premise. It is this girl, Tsukimi, who is 18 and has moved out to live in this all-women dormitory. This all-women apartment share home. And the whole thing is that she is a big fucking massive dweeb-ass otaku, okay? But not like the anime otaku. Otaku, in the end, is really just people who are mega fans of something. She is a jellyfish otaku. She fucking loves and adores and cares so much absolutely everything ever about jellyfish. And she is, in all other ways, a fucking dweeb-ass little lady. She is awkward. She is anxious. She is just socially incapable. But God, she loves jellyfish. And that is how it is with everyone in her house that they call the nunnery. That is the name, the facetious name that the ladies have given themselves. Their home is the nunnery. No men are allowed. And everyone in that house has their own special interest. They're all 18 to 30-year-old women with special interests. Some of them are into like traditional kimono and like kimono dolls, and like another is trains. Banba fucking loves trains. God, she knows everything about trains. That is her whole life. And then there's the lady who's fucking like lost deep in the Three Kingdoms sauce. All this to say, they're all fucking otaku and dweebs and awkward, and they live in a little house together and take care of each other in their special interests and anxiety. However, Tsukimi goes out on a walk, and she sees in this aquarium window that these two types of jellyfish have been housed together that should not be housed together. In fact, one jellyfish will eat away the other one. And that is just world-ending. Because no. Clearly, the person who's running these jellyfish do not understand, and this is life or death for this jellyfish. Understandably very distressing. But she is too anxious and too awkward to be able to figure out how to talk to this young, fashionable man who is doing closing up at this aquarium shop. And she is just being taken as a fucking weird-ass freak. Until the most beautiful woman turns up and speaks up for her and asks what the fuck is the problem here? What is going on? And saves Tsukimi's whole ass day, helping her get the jellyfish and get the things she needs for the jellyfish, and even helping her bring everything home. Just the most beautiful, confident, stunning woman that Tsukimi has ever seen. The picture-perfect version of what Tsukimi believes a woman is supposed to be, and believed that women were meant to be when they grow up, and that she is not. And then they wake up the next morning. The beautiful woman that rescued everything falls asleep on Tsukimi's floor because she's sleepy, and is like, "Look, I was out partying. I'm fucking tired, and just here, let me pop a squat down here and pass the hell out on your floor." And Tsukimi is too awkward to say, "Hey, actually, no." So they wake up the next morning. The stranger's still on the floor, and Tsukimi in her bed. And lo and behold, my beloved Kurinosuke, the stranger who rescued Tsukimi, the most womanly woman, beautiful woman that Tsukimi's ever seen, is a man. Is a man. A man has entered the nunnery. A great sin has been committed. Kurinosuke is rich and the son of a politician.
How to chat. No need to applause. I know that you're ready for me to come here with my good, correct, and based anime takes. No, you can simmer down all the applause. It's okay. I'm here now. Anyways, what are you talking about?
Princess Jellyfish.
Yeah, it's pretty good anime.
Yeah, it's pretty good. I was just telling them the premise of Princess Jellyfish and how Kurinosuke is a man. That's where I got. That's pretty much the premise. Kurinosuke, he's a man. He is the son of a politician. He is rich, and he is a casual cross-dresser. In fact, he states specifically that no, this isn't a gay thing, and no, he's still a man. He just really likes cross-dressing. This isn't a sex thing. This isn't a gay thing. Though obviously, if it's a gay thing, this is fine and dandy, whatever. And that he is still a man. He just really likes wearing dresses and looking like a woman.
Kurinosuke and Princess Jellyfish single-handedly destroyed the gender norm. It no longer existed after Princess Jellyfish. We all know this.
This is all. Yeah, we all know the history of how Kurinosuke single-handedly reshaped the entire structure of gender and perception of gender for every person that ever witnessed Princess Jellyfish and thereon after. So yeah, Princess Jellyfish is my favorite anime of all time. And everyone should watch it if they want to know me more intimately. And the note I put on it is, "Oops, it appears I dropped my gender." Just like how Utena invented lesbians. Just like how Utena invented lesbians. And then Mahou Shoujo Madoka Magica reinforced the invention of lesbians.
Yeah, of course.
They invented lesbians with depression. Actually, no, Utena did that too, but they defined lesbians with depression. Intimately? Yeah, intimately.
I see you already passed by Full Metal Alchemist Brotherhood. Have you come... Let's see. I see
if he's a little
that...
loud. Okay.
I'm a little loud.
Yep, I got it.
Well, that's because people need to hear the based and correct takes I have to offer. So, FMA Brotherhood, that's an easy one. It's good. It's good. Of course it is. It's Fullmetal Alchemist Brotherhood. It's one of the most classic, hey, I want to watch like a good, long, but with a good, conclusive ending anime series.
Yes.
That one's like easy. I'm trying to think. So, animes that I've watched. Yu Yu Hakusho, easily really good series. One of the best first episodes I've ever seen in an anime ever.
Yu Yu Hakusho is iconic. It is a classic.
Hooked. Has one of the best openings that ever existed. Anime openings is a whole other thing because like some animes have great openings and are like completely lackluster series, but like
or just straight up bad.
Opening straight up bad, yeah. But can have banger openings, so you know.
That is my feeling about Pretty Boy Detective Club. Banger opening, terrible show.
I remember you talking about that one before, and that's certainly a show of all time. Certainly a show of all time.
Awful fucking show. Awful show derogatory, unlike awful show positive Kogias.
Let's see. We're not quite. I'm going to avoid skipping ahead. I was going to talk about Mob Psycho, but we'll wait for that one.
I mean, I'm probably going to start skipping some eventually, but we still have some very important 10s up here. I want to talk about all the 10s, and then we can start hopping around a little bit.
We can
skip reviewers, but everything else,
Fair.
Yeah. So, Madoka Magica, Spoopy, are you a Madoka watcher?
I am indeed a Madoka watcher. I will say that watching it the second time, when I rewatched it, I was like, okay, this was not as good as I remember. Like a lot of the experience of Madoka is that first time watching it, and it will hook you very emotionally, and you will care a lot about the characters. But the plot feels a little bit messy when you rewatch it. It's still good. It's just it's not as good as I remembered it when I first watched it.
Yeah, for sure. But I will say, having rewatched Madoka upwards of 20 times now, that's not an exaggeration, actually.
Dang.
Madoka is also up there in one of my favorite series. I don't know why, it just is. I don't know, it's dug away into my brain. It is easily in my top 5, probably.
It is very culturally important, for it. For good and bad, it did define what people were trying to do with magical girl shows around that era.
Absolutely. I mean,
some
obviously,
people...
Utena invented depression magical girls.
Yeah, of course.
Madoka Magica really brought depression magical girls back into the spotlight.
Yeah. And depression magical girls has been a genre for a bit, and it's just more Madoka Magica was a bigger one. It was towards the beginning of that era of anime YouTube that really, people are anime is really cool and you need to pay attention to it.
There's things that you can dig into and understand and deep meaning.
There's themes and stuff. The interesting part I will say about Madoka Magica is something that Kamen Rider people joke about a lot, is that it does take a couple of pointers from the story structure of Kamen Rider Ryuki.
Okay.
Which did come out before it, and Genro Urobuchi. Urobuchi? Is that it? I know they call him the Urobutcher.
I don't remember. Hi, Jack.
Bye, Jack. But basically, those two writers were pretty close, pretty tight knit. And so basically, Kamen Rider Ryuki is a battle royale. It has a lot of interesting plots about a mirror world and stuff. The whole competition is to get a wish at the very end.
Yes.
And people end up killing each other. The relationship of the main two protagonists in Ryuki can somewhat be similar to how Madoka and oh god, I can't remember her name.
Homura?
Yes, how they kind of have the main protagonist of Ryuki, he basically is a very much optimist. He doesn't want to kill anyone in the battle royale. Whereas our Deuter the other protagonist, basically, he is a lot more cynical because he's been in the game for a much longer time, and he's like, listen, we have to kill each other. You know, I know you don't want to do violence, but you know, this is a death game, and we need to get a wish out of all this.
Mm-hmm.
And there's just like interesting similarities. I will say, like, the joke is mostly a joke. It's just funny that they do share a lot of like DNA.
Yeah, it's a popular trope, and especially I mean, obviously this is pre-Madoka as we're talking about the production of Madoka, but like post-Madoka, it has definitely become a popular trope. Though I do remember hearing tropes like that even like as a kid. There was this one anime that I cannot remember the name of that I remember was the first anime I ever cried watching as a child. I was very young. I don't fucking remember what it was called, but it was like a child's death game magical girl anime where the premise was it was a bunch of girls who were older than they actually were, but were turned into children again.
I remember you talking about this
school.
one.
Yeah. And it was they were all working to see who got to become the next queen of the world, basically. And everyone who did not win becoming queen died.
Yep.
So that was the premise of that, and that was fucking forever ago. Like, I was maybe 10, like 9 or 10 when I watched that. So it's a premise. It's definitely it's an old plot. It's an old idea.
Yeah. The one thing I'm largely unfamiliar with for Madoka Magica is the movies. I know they have a very mixed reception for each of them in terms of how they're received. Because like people did enjoy the ending of Madoka.
Yes.
So like doing anything that makes changes or adds onto it definitely comes with a lot of contention.
Yeah, for sure. So yeah, the ending of Madoka was really good. The first 2 movies are actually just sort of recap movies, you know, the way that they do, where they'll like take a series and just movieify it. They were admittedly IMO, objectively worse retellings of the original. They shifted around plot points that were told in a certain order in the anime that I didn't understand why they reshifted it. And in my opinion, the order of events they told was worse in the movies. But the 3rd movie, Rebellion, is a sequel movie, and it added a lot of interesting concepts, but ends on a big fat cliffhanger that they have never followed up on, though theoretically, it was announced at the 10th anniversary of Madoka Magica that they're working on another movie as a sequel of Rebellion. However, I have not heard any word about it since, besides the fact that it was announced and in progress, and it was the same directing cast, the same writing cast, and Yuki Kajira, the musician who wrote the OST for the original Madoka and Rebellion, has returned for working the OST for the new movie. Whenever that releases.
We got a full announcement back in July of 2021, so it is probably going to be like it's literally just like a teaser image slash edited thing.
It was a teaser image and then like a couple of voice lines.
I would say we're probably going to have to wait like a year or 2 from now before we see it.
Yeah, it was what was announced at the 10th anniversary concert, in yonder in previous years. Yeah, so that was that's Madoka. It's a 10 in my book. It's definitely it grips my brain. It used to be my comfort anime for some reason. Again, I would literally like turn it on in the background and just let it run on loop. And I care it. I enjoy the character dynamics. I like the funny colors. I really enjoy the art style, especially of the witches. I love the way that they're like compiled clip arts. I think it's really cool and really neat, and there's a lot of interesting world concepts too.
Madoka falls into like the, I guess, mid 2000s. I don't know how to like this, like mid 2000s of like it's like a very specific era that holds a lot of what's the term? I hold it close to my heart, you know.
Nostalgia.
Yeah, nostalgia. It has a lot of nostalgia to it.
Mm-hmm.
Like, I would say other similar shows that fall into that are like Soul Eater and stuff.
Yes.
Like, some of them could be argued they're not as good as people remember them, but like they still hold like an iconic. Like, you know what? I went to Hot Topic and I got a shirt of this, or I would see shirts of it. And it was like part of that early internet era where like people made AMVs with copyrighted music that you could not get away with today.
Yeah, like with Oron. Oron objectively has not aged well, like at all. They have some really poor uses of language and some really sus jokes in there. And yet, I hold Oron High School Host Club so dear in my heart, and you will pry it out of my cold, dead hands. I love it so fucking much.
I have similar feelings towards Soul Eater, and this is going to be my most controversial take, but it's the correct take. I liked the ending to Soul Eater anime. I actually liked it.
Interesting. That is a very interesting take that I was not expecting to hear from you, actually.
Basically, when I watched that ending, so the first few episodes of Soul Eater are a mixed bag of like when you first watch them, you're like, oh man, this is so great when you're like younger, but then you're like, oh, this feels weird.
Yeah,
they're doing some weird stuff here, but like, you know, there's some like good concepts and stuff. Now, I will say, I think inarguably the ending to the manga of Soul Eater is just like flat out bad. Like,
yeah,
I understand why people have issues with that. It's weird that like the anime goes in a completely different direction, and it definitely does not like. What's the way to put this here? So like, I like the message that they have behind it, actually. Like
the classic power of friendship sort of deal. Yeah,
it is a little bit like very like tropey of like, oh yeah, like there's nothing special to it. Like that's the whole like ending scene is like the Kishin is fighting Mako, and is Mako? Maka fighting Maka, and you know he's getting overwhelmed. They had, I will say, like the terms that they use are a little pretentious. They're like talking about insanity and like insanity versus like, you know, just hope or whatever, which are things that you don't really clash, you know. Like it's weird that they like decide that those two are ones that they're going to be like, yeah, insanity versus hope, this is like the final battle for survival or whatever. They try saying that like insanity is like you know, basically trying to avoid hope, you know. It's trying to be like, you know, everything's hopeless, I'm just going to go crazy kind of thing. I do like, however, that it's a little weird. So like the ending is that Maka ends up just straight up punching the Kishin and like killing him. And he's like, what words did you like read that like, you know, made you be able to do this? And she's just like, it's like a word that I think literally just means hope, if I remember correctly.
Yeah.
But he's like, that's it. And he's like, that makes no sense. Like, and I like the idea that they're trying to portray of like, you don't actually need much to like do something extraordinary.
Yeah.
Like something special doesn't come from anywhere. It just like happens, you know, and like anyone is capable of it. Now it gets muddied because the way this ends up happening is like Maka is part weapon because of her dad. So it does like there's a weird era of like she is actually technically special because her mom is like a weaponmeister expert, and she is like part weapon, so it makes it a little weird. And like I said, I think a lot of the terms they use, like the way they talk about it, is very pretentious, but I don't think the message is bad, and I think it's still like done well. I like how they sort of like settle things with Krona and stuff. They kill freaking Medusa, another like, you know, hot lady, but she's like awful. She's horrendous.
A problem significantly.
I think the plot of her taking over a kid's body is weird.
Very.
That one's weird. But otherwise, like most of the stuff that happens in it is like really cool. Like I like Death, Lord Death, being able to move out of like move the city, and that's his like first time moving in a while. Like that's really cool.
There's a lot of interesting world building in Soul Eater that's like really fun and wild.
And I think most of that stuff is anime exclusive in terms of how they decide to go about it, because like the way the manga goes about it is completely different.
Yeah.
And also kill Lord Death, so obviously that's that's bad. But I don't know, like I like how that ended. Despite like all my issues with it, I don't think it's like a horrible, like some people like really consider it a horrible ending. I actually think like it's a pretty nice message. It gets muddled due to the execution, but it's not like it's a bad message in the first place.
Yeah, admittedly, I don't love the ending. But I was never like vehemently against it. I was not like, this is fucking awful trash garbage. I was like, this is fine. But in fairness, I'm the person that says the ending of the original FMA is fine, actually. So, you know, I guess take that as you will. And the way that you should take it is that I am correct, because this is my stream. And so if I say the ending of the original FMA is good and fine, actually, then you should agree with me. Otherwise, you're wrong and you should leave.
I just have issues with the way that they sort of got there.
Yeah.
And like, you know, I think the original FMA ending is mostly just like, I understand why people don't like it. I also don't like it. It's mostly just because like it doesn't feel satisfying.
Right.
And I get that, because it's like there's a lot of stuff that feels unresolved. And it goes in a direction that's so different from what you would expect, that like
it's weird. It's definitely weird.
It's a weird ending. Like, I think both of them, they suffer from different issues, but I think they suffer from the same sort of like Soul Eater is one that is completely muddled by what it's trying to say, and FMA is trying something so different that it like is hard for audiences to accept. So I think both endings kind of have that same, like, the audience reaction is understandable because the way that they did the endings is contentious to people.
Yeah, for sure. But again, it's one of those things too where I think I stand by it more strictly, also because a lot of people say don't watch the original FMA, just watch Brotherhood, and I think that's a massive disservice to the world of Fullmetal Alchemist. As
first of all, the animation of original FMA is actually like incredible.
it's still really incredible, but also because the way Brotherhood was made, they assume that at the time they assumed that everyone watching it had already read the manga or had seen the original anime. So they gloss over a lot of the early story things that make like the initial pacing of Brotherhood
not great.
a lot worse. Yeah, like you spend a lot less time on like Tucker's whole fucking deal and Hugh.
Yeah, Tucker's.
We spend a lot less time with Hugh. We spend a lot less time with Tucker. We spend and also because there's, I mean, admittedly, there is filler in the original FMA. This is true. I don't think filler is always a bad thing. The filler in the original FMA, honestly, I really enjoyed because it gives you a lot of insight into the side characters that you do not get from Brotherhood. You spend a lot more time with Riza Hawkeye, and you have the entire filler episodes of her training her dog. Like whole episodes of just Riza's the main character and she's training her dog.
This is going to be the hottest take of this entire stream that I think you will agree with. Filler is one of the most important things in anime. It's one of the things that lets you like really get to know characters. And like, you know, it seems mundane. And like, I think the definition of filler has gotten really muddled in recent years. People have considered stuff that is literally character building and still advancing the plot filler just because it's not the main like plot of the like it progresses the characters, it gets them to the positions of where they're going to be set up for the next arc, and they're like, that's filler. And it's like, no, that's not filler, that's like still
that's character progression.
Still it's still character progression. It's just like so like what I'm trying to think of like a recent example. I think people are saying that the baseball episode of Jujutsu Kaisen was filler. That one might still kind of fall into that, but I still think it was like important to like have a bit of a breather. Like, I think people say filler just because they want a plot to be all bangers, no slowdown whatsoever.
Yeah.
And I think they are making a weaker story by doing so sometimes. Like if it's just all gas, you get no room to breathe. I think what was like I know there was a recent series I watched that was like, man, I would have liked a little bit more time to like really explore some of this stuff because like I like the world and the characters, but I feel like I've gotten like no room to breathe for any of it. I think it was like a Netflix thing probably. Oh no, it's one actually is Young Justice,
Okay.
not anime but cartoon. The first 2 seasons I think do a good job of like for the most part like developing their characters and stuff while progressing the plot, but like they have a very rapid pace as it goes on, and it feels like they introduce new characters and I feel like I don't know them because there hasn't been really time to like dedicate to be like, okay, this is what this character is about. It's just like boom boom boom, we're moving forward. The plot demands it.
Right, absolutely. Yeah, no, I feel like people knock on like the idea of filler way too much and also don't understand that sometimes these slowdowns in plots are important and still plot relevant and thus not filler. Like specifically talking about Jujutsu Kaisen because I'm anime pilled and I only watch anime. Like yeah, the baseball episode, I guess you could call it filler, but it was still like an important episode, honestly.
Yep.
Like you cannot just if you just skip the baseball episode, you're missing out on a lot of like character moments to help you really understand the characters, and there's like a lot of small conversations had in between the actual baseball happening that were like important to everything else going on and like good context and shit like that.
Oh, I remembered the big example right now. A lot of people have been, and like I'm not going to actually spoil what happens, but a lot of people have been calling the entire new part of Chainsaw Man filler, and I can't agree with that at all. I think at that point they really misunderstood what the word filler means.
Huh? Really?
Yes, I've
Jesus
seen some of
Christ.
those takes, and I'm like, what do you mean? What do you mean it's filler?
What do you mean? Like, really? No, that's bonkers. That's insanity.
Yep.
I watched my viewer count drop by half, which I know is probably just Twitch acting up, but I think it's very funny, the idea that we're talking about how we stand by filler, and then my viewer count drops.
Damn.
And you know what? I stand by it. It's
Stand
fine.
by it too.
I don't give a shit. Anyway, that was our review of Madoka Magica.
That was Madoka Magica.
I already talked about Mushishi. These are all just Mushishi movies. Mushishi OVA, second season of Mushishi. I fucking love Mushishi. We all know it. I love it. Enjoy it.
We love episodic stuff that doesn't necessarily need to have a large overarching plot to like get going. Like it can just be like people. That's another one. Is like people have been saying they're getting tired of like Monster of the Week stuff, but I want more of that. Actually, we've been like kind of lacking some of that content, and I like being able to just like have like, okay, this like I can watch any episode. I can watch any episode I want, and like I just get to like enjoy it.
Absolutely.
Not to worry about something. I have to like watch 3 other episodes beforehand before I can enjoy it.
Yeah, I mean, like I guess there's small moments in Mushishi where it's like you would have had context if you watched things prior, but like there are Zero. I need you to understand there are some anime that I am elitist about. Okay. There are some opinions that I have that I am like I'm not kidding. If you think Lelouch and Light Yagami were right sincerely deep in your heart, that is a red flag and you don't need to be here.
It is a red flag.
You need therapy and you need to evaluate some things, okay? I will stand by that. I will die on that hill.
It's so funny to like Light Yagami is very easy to be like, you're an idiot if you think Light was right. But like Lelouch is funny because like
Lelouch is like Light Yagami, but like comedically evil and also like an actual colonist.
Yeah, and like the anime goes to great lengths to like paint Lelouch as this like really great strategist and stuff. So you're supposed to assume by the anime's standards that his plan to be the only person that's like evil in the entire world and being then killed somehow ends up in world peace.
Yeah.
And like maybe for like a little bit people are like, oh man, yeah, we killed that guy, that's awesome. And then you like quickly realize, oh no, that's such a like weak foundation for
that's the
like
plot
a
of the
form
movie.
of government.
That's literally the plot of the movie, is that like, oh, we killed this guy and we had world peace for about 5 years. Until another nation was like, actually, I want to capitalize on this void that has been left in the world politics.
It's fun. Like Legend of Korra has the same like. They understood it though. Like so, basically, like, have you watched Legend of Korra?
I have, yes.
So for those that don't know, they kill the Earth Queen in the 3rd season, and like that's such a big power shift because the main antagonists in season 3 are like radical anarchists who are like, fuck any government. But they talk about in season 4 that by not having a proper form of leadership left afterwards, because like they don't want to be leaders after that. They're not like, we killed your queen, you're free to do whatever you want. But they're not like, okay, and we also will like tell you how to like, structure your social order. They just leave it like fuck off, whatever. But by doing so, they create a void that leaves a like complete, fascist government to take over, a dictator government to take over, just because like there's a void in power that was left that like no one was like, all right, so what do we want to do now with like all the people that remain?
Right. Yeah. Messy. Also, yeah, cartoons, American cartoons in general are not just kid stuff. Like, I fucking love Steven Universe. I fucking love The Owl House. I fucking love, there's more cartoons that I can name, that I can't think of off the top of my head, because those are the ones that I just rewatch regularly. But,
Yeah.
like, no, like
It's
animation in general is important and a really valuable like art set, like it's a valuable medium that should be utilized, but I just feel like it's frequently utilized, I guess, for like darker, more adult topics better in anime. Like, I feel like a lot of American adult animations
and
are kind of trash. A lot of the the technically quote unquote children's animations are better structured stories.
And it's not, it's not because the animators don't want to tell those stories. It's because producers don't want to tell those stories because they think they don't sell.
Yeah. Like, Avatar's 10 out of fucking 10. Love Avatar. Avatar: The Last Airbender is a show of all time for me. Sincerely.
Infinity Train.
Infinity Train,
Infinity
absolutely
Train is
incredible.
Really good. One that was completely like destroyed before it could like it had a full plan, and they're like, actually, you know what? We're not gonna like fulfill on it because it wasn't what we wanted. They're like, Over the Garden Wall is another example of like a slightly more mature story. Like,
incredible.
You can tell mature stories in animation that don't have to be like gross out humor stuff that typically sells well to producers.
Yeah.
It's just producers don't like making those things.
Hey, you know what?
Because they don't understand them.
Fuck Big Mouth. I'm putting it out there. Fuck it. Every time I see it, it fills me with unbelievable rage.
Netflix is coming to your house.
I fucking hate it. Fuck Big Mouth.
Strapping you down to watch all seasons of Big Mouth.
That is my saw trap, and I will cry. Everyone, can we get a fuck Big Mouth in chat? I hate that shit. God, I hate it.
I don't even know how that like series took off so well.
I don't know. God, fuck Big Mouth.
Like, Family Guy, like, I watched a lot of The Simpsons. I love The Simpsons. It's like I can, like, when I watch like adult animated stuff that is like humor filled, I was once a Rick and Morty fan. Some of that humor is still good, but like a lot of it also is.
Right.
But like, okay. I at least know like, oh, these are like really funny things that have like good quality jokes. I don't understand what it is with Big Mouth.
No idea. I wish I fucking knew. Yeah, Justice League is great. Justice League is great. I haven't watched it in a long fucking time, but like Justice League is really good. It's been a long time since I've watched Justice League, but absolutely, it is quality. It is up there. I kind of understood Rick and Morty, Big Mouth stupid. Absolutely.
So that was Mushishi.
Yeah, so that was Mushishi. Now this one, I'm genuinely, all right, everyone strap in.
Yes, let's go.
This is one of my.
Wake your socket up.
No. You're missing one. We have Shogen Roku Rakugo Shinju.
You skipped over. Fine.
No, Mob Psycho's down here.
No, it's not. It's above.
There's 2. Season 1.
Oh, yeah. Okay.
Okay, and then we don't need to talk about season 2. It's fine. Showa no Rakugo Shinju is genuinely one of my favorite anime of all time, and it is a fucking sleeper hit that no one fucking watches. And I think that's a travesty. The premise of Showa no Rakugo Shinju is about, okay, so it's kind of in 2 parts, okay? So the opening episode, we are following this young guy in his 20s, I think, in his like early 20s, who just left, was just released from prison. He was a problem maker, a delinquent, as they might say, who decided that he wants to turn his life around because a master of the art form Rakugo, which is an old style of Japanese storytelling. It's a one-man style of Japanese storytelling that has been passed down for fucking ages. Visited the prison and performed the Rakugo Shinigami. And that just blew this man away. And he's like, I want to apprentice under this man. And I want to become a Rakugo master. This man, however, has been known to never take apprentices. He is very closed off. He is very strict and secretive. But this kid, Yotaro, is what he nicknames him, which is Rakugo slang for dumbass, basically, for an idiot. Yotaro is what becomes his name, basically, for a long time. Yotaro is so stubborn and so persistent that the master eventually is like, okay, fine. But you need to agree to these things. And then so the rest of season 1 from episode 1 onwards is the retelling of the master's entire life. Prequel, Showa no Rakugo Shinju, hence Showa, the period of time in Japan in which the prequel story of this master's entire life takes place throughout. It talks about him growing up as a child, how he came into Rakugo. He was the child of a prostitute in Japan, from the red lights district, and she had him sent over to this Rakugo master to live and apprentice under him because there was no way they were going to be able to keep this young boy in the house for that long, and to raise him. So they had him sent to his master, and how he met his best friend and ultimate rival through all of this, and the story of them growing up and becoming who they were, and then, not a spoiler because it's a massive part of the plot, how his best friend / rival died. And then season 2 is the current time. So it's Yotaro's season, him training to become a Rakugo master, and him learning all of these things, and then also following the master's current life and him processing his feelings and his trauma. He's quite literally haunted by the memories of his best friend who he lost all those years ago in a tragedy. And just where he is now. And again, we just get to watch him throughout his entire life, and it's just such an incredible, wild fucking story. The music is banging. The animation is, I believe, underrated. I think it's beautiful. Some people think it's boring and still, but I think there's a lot of little subtleties in how they show character motions and frame shots, because Rakugo is all done while seated. So it's all the little ways that a person portrays like handfuls of characters with just their voice and their expressions, and maybe like a hand fan that they have with them to use as a prop. And they use real, whole, actual, genuine, certified Rakugo throughout the story to represent different points and the stories that they tell. Real Rakugo, or at least real versions of real Rakugo. And it's just banging. It's banging, and no one watches it. No one's watched Rakugo Shinju.
This is going to be the most elitist anime thing I will ever say.
Okay.
So I've actually tried watching Rakugo Shinju a couple times, and like it's one of those series that I feel like I need to like have maybe a day to just like watch it fully for myself. This is one of those animes, and not to be like you shouldn't even attempt to watch it. It's one of those that you will have to be ready that it has very smartly written dialogue that you will have to like. You have to be like ready to kind of absorb what they're saying.
Yeah, there's a lot to like dig into the way that they like speak, because all the characters are they have a lot of depth to them, and they're very witty. I mean, they're all the characters are storytellers, so yeah, they're gonna be witty. But the way they speak around each other, there's a lot to absorb in it. Sean read like half of it. Oh, the manga's insane. You think the master is gay in the anime? Lord have mercy, the things he says in the manga. I have piles of screenshots from the first time I was reading the manga and sending it back to like Ryan and to Sean being like, what did this old man just say? It's wild. It's bonkers. But yeah, the most anime elitist man's got that gender. Oh, he's so gender. He says some shit. The things he says, him and Kohana. Is that the name of the lady? Kohana? I can't remember. But yeah, they both got some real gender going on that they need. Everybody in this show needs therapy. This is another one of those shows where everyone needs therapy. Everyone has some things they really need to sit down and evaluate about their lives and their perspectives and who they are. But yeah, it's banging, and it's a must-watch IMO. It is literally top 5 anime ever. For me, my top 3 spots are really hard. I don't have like a specific 1, 2, and then 3. This is probably in the top 3, somewhere in that. Somewhere.
Be ready for one of the like literally best written.
It is wild.
Best written anime. It's just like you gotta be ready. It's gonna be.
There's a lot.
But like it's hard to describe of like it's dialogue that is good. It's just like it can be a little bit hard for you to wrap your head around.
It's dense. It's very dense. There's a lot of dense dialogue that you have to try and gather. I think my only critique is the very ending. There's like a final scene at the very end of the show that is sort of a spoiler that I cannot discuss, but it's definitely the most yeesh moment in the entire show that I choose to not acknowledge whenever I have the chance.
I see.
Yep. I choose to not acknowledge it and pretend it isn't there. And as long as I pretend it isn't there, this show is perfect. It's literally like maybe a 5-minute scene in the final episode of season 2. I think it was a manga named No Longer Human. No Longer Human is so good, actually. It's a very interesting horror manga. That's very complicated. From my understanding of it, I have not read it in detail. I have skimmed. I've read like some of the first book and then I skimmed a lot of it. But I really mean to read it. It's about a boy who watches his mother try to kill his cousin. And then him trying to deal with the fact, the quiet horror of his mother isn't actually a good person and is kind of very scary. And growing up with the knowledge that he watched his mom push his cousin off of a cliff.
Oh, I remember. I know this one.
Yeah. Yeah, and just just how fucked up his mother is and him trying to like come to terms with that and what to do about it. And also it's still a coming of age story at the same time. And there's a lot to unpack there. It's very upsetting in a very particular way. But yeah, that's No Longer Human. It seems very good. I've been meaning to read it. Spoofy, while I write up my comments on Shogen no Rakugo Shinju, would you like to start us off with Mob Psycho? And you can lead the way on this one. Go for it.
Yeah. Get ready, wake your socket up, Mob. Get ready, wake your socket up, Mob.
Yeah.
Mob Psycho 100 is one of the best like things
ever.
Either manga or anime, you will get a very good experience. If you want an easier time of getting into something, the anime is like just an easy watch. Basically, Mob Psycho 100 is a story about a psychic boy named Mob, who gets that nickname as he kind of resembles a background character in most people's eyes. And he works under one of the best characters of all time, Reagan Artaka, freaking baby girl of all time. Reagan
baby
Artaka,
girl, Tumblr sexy man of all time,
who is a scam artist style psychic who doesn't actually perform actual psychic acts, but does good for the most part. Does good for society. It's just like he does it under the pretense of a lie.
Yeah.
But like when Reagan encounters actual supernatural phenomenon, he calls on Mob to help him get out of those situations. Mob Psycho is a action and comedy series that sometimes delves into a little bit of horror, but for the most part is just like focused on those action comedy moments. Very funny. Has
funny.
A lot of really likable characters. The pacing is incredible. You feel like you get enough time to know a lot of these different characters. It's very silly. It has some really incredible messages about, what's the way to put this? It's the like improving yourself to like just better yourself.
Yeah,
it's like
for no other reason besides
for no other reason to better yourself.
To better yourself, and that's it. Just to be a better person, not because of chasing a girl, not because of peer pressure, just to grow as a person, and that's it.
And though I have not watched the anime version of it, I read through the entire manga, and the ending is really good. It has a great message. It gives you. It's a series that like makes you kind of reflect on like what's the way to put this? Like it is a series that will bring down anyone's like idea that they are better than everyone else. That they're like somehow above everyone else, and they are like that means they're like special stuff. It just means like, no, you can like just improve yourself and just be a good person, like you don't have to do much else.
Genuinely, like I just now wrote my comment at one anime of all time changed my life sincerely. Honestly, like this anime, mind-boggling, world-opening, like changed my brain chemistry, like opened up the horizons, especially season 2 for me. Like season 2 really fucking like nailed some things in for me, and I was like, wow, this is gonna do things to my psyche. This is gonna do some things to my psyche and my sense of self.
It feels like overblowing it to be like, oh, it does change your worldview, but I will say it does legitimately like make you kind of reflect on things, right? It makes you like kind of do self-introspection of like, why am I doing things? And like
in fairness, I'm writing this also with the memory of I watched this when it was first airing, and I think when it was first airing I was maybe 16 or 17, which is a very tumultuous time in anyone's life, and Mob Psycho was like a grounding point. Like it was like, I think it was like exactly the thing to watch at that age to then be like, wow, I want to be a better person. This makes me want to be a better person to people around me. This makes me want to be better, period. Just to be better. Like,
one
this
of the
makes me want
episodes
to be kinder and things like that.
In season 2, where it kind of addresses Reagan's actions. Legitimately one of those things that like makes me tear up a little bit every time. Just like, whoa.
Absolutely. Mob Psycho is definitely an anime to watch. Like I say, Dokugo Shinju is probably one of my favorite of all times, but it's extremely dense to get through. Mob Psycho, if you want something that's a little easier to watch, but still like important TM to me and just in general, Mob Psycho is definitely a good or easier watch, but still very like important.
All 3 seasons are out. All 3 seasons are out.
Oh yeah, it's done.
Complete story.
It's
you don't have to like. You literally have to do like zero work.
Yep. You just have to turn it on and experience it. Even the English dub is pretty fucking good, if I remember right. You can turn it on in English and just let it run. You don't even have to read.
I won't say that there is like a caveat to that one, but that one's a little complicated.
Yeah, that for sure. But if we're going pure,
in terms of the quality of the acting, yes, the dub
quality
is
of
good.
acting, the dub, you can just turn it on.
The stuff I am talking about is stuff that is outside of it that has to do with people that were in it. So
some actors involved. Really. But that is all.
That's all we're gonna say here.
Yeah, that's all. That's it. That's it on that one. But yeah, no, excellent. It's already been 2.5 hours, and I have only just started getting to the end of my 10 stars.
I see a certain series.
Oh, don't worry about it. There's already a comment on it, and I think it says everything.
I know about that one. I have interesting opinions about that one.
Reviewers?
Yes.
Oh, go for it then. I'm curious what your interesting opinions are. Now I'm curious. I wasn't going to discuss it, but now we can.
I think it's interesting. So, if y'all don't know, Ishizoku Reviewers is basically a hentai like anime. Like,
it's porn.
It's just porn. It's just straight up porn. It's weird that it made it so big in the mainstream space.
Mm-hmm.
But what's the
odd
thing about
it was messy.
Yes. So basically, like, it's a porn series. It is about a fantasy world where a group of, I think it's 4. It's like three people and then an angel.
Yeah. 4.
Who I think is canonically like kind of agender.
It's complicated. Yeah. In a weird sort of fetishy way. But yes.
But they go to different brothels and will experience the like sexual experiences that happen in them.
Mm-hmm.
What I find interesting is we don't have a lot of sex positive like anime in anime. Like we'll have stuff that has sexual elements in it, right? But they will usually be very messy. Some of them have tropes that are just like gross.
Yes.
The way they handle sexuality often in anime is weird. Like it's not, they don't just like straight up approach the topic of like sex as a thing. They'll be like, funny sex thing. Or like they'll be like, ooh, sexy fan service moment. But they won't like take sex as like something to like legitimately
like just
explore.
a normal thing that happens or just like a thing to explore. Yeah.
It is interesting that this series was one that for some reason picked up a lot and discussed a lot about like kink culture.
Yeah, like even hentai or like straight up like porn, like porn in general, I'll say honestly. Porn in general. Like there's a lot of porn out there, period, that is not actually very sex positive.
No, yeah.
There's a lot of really harmful porn out there.
Yes.
And Ishizoku Reviewers was actually just like a really weirdly sex positive, interesting exploration into fantasy, fetish, and kink culture. And was also a porn series. Bold of you to include that on your list. I include everything that I watch on my list. That includes the entirety of Ishizoku Reviewers, which I did watch all of. The fact that it's a 10, I don't know why I rated it a 10. I guess you do know why. You know why I rated it a 10. You know why I gave it a 10, okay? You know why. But like, it like as far as like if I were to look at it objectively as a story, it was genuinely rather silly. It did actually make me laugh at times. Like the jokes were pretty fucking good. I'm not gonna lie. It was pretty funny. And it was like genuinely weirdly sex positive, which is not something I've seen enough in like mainstream porn.
I think we should have I watched it. I was like, it's weird that we don't have like just like something that talks about sex very frankly. Like most series will have to put some kind of veil around what sex is and like make it more sexier than it is, or like do very weird things with sex.
Yeah,
and,
do
like,
very weird things.
We don't have a lot of series that just take sex very frankly. that just are like, sex is a thing, you know?
Yeah, like the whole thing is they're literally just reviewing the experiences at different brothels. Like they go like like say they review the experience of going to like a slime girl brothel. I don't remember the actual plots. I'm just naming like an example.
They
of
have
something.
one where they change genders. That one was interesting.
Yeah, that one is interesting. Like they review
some
and
of them
talk
liked
about
it,
their
and some of
experiences.
them didn't.
Yeah, some of them liked it and some of them didn't. Some of them rated it poorly because it was not to their taste.
Yep.
And then others were like, I fucking loved this. This was banging because it was to their taste. And I think that's really fucking funny and kind of great and like weirdly sincere about like exploring like, fetishes and kinks. Being like, some things are just not gonna be to your taste, and that's
like,
okay.
And like that was also interesting just because it's like sometimes like sex and gender can like lead to exploring your identity, you know? It's
definitely,
it's such a. Now, is the series itself this deep?
No.
No.
No, it's a porn. It's porn, guys.
It's just straight up porn. But it's just
porn.
funny that like the like setting around it is what makes it interesting, is that like we don't have a lot of stuff like it, and it being a fairly sex positive thing that like was not like, you know, shaming people for like liking those things. It's just like, oh, cool.
Yeah, absolutely. It was,
and the fact that it was a big thing, you know.
Yeah, which again mostly came out to the fact that it was supposed to be on Funimation, but Funimation doesn't air porn, and then they decided that actually this is porn, and so they removed it halfway through the airing of it on Funimation, which then made it a whole big fucking thing. Anyway, yeah, Ishizoku reviewers, 10 on my list. I enjoyed it. Why is
Trigun? We have to talk about Trigun.
We have to talk about Trigun. Let me quickly touch on Izoken too. Really enjoyed Izoken. It made me feel things about like creativity and animation in general and art. It made me feel ways. It made me feel a lot of feelings about creativity.
Good series. Fuck the original manga creator.
Absolutely. 10 out of 10. Yes. Just exactly that. Dororo, specifically the newer version of Dororo. Dororo is a very old series that came from, like, I believe the 70s, that for the anniversary of it, they made a new anime series version of it. And it's pretty good. I liked the vibes of seeing, sometimes I miss the vibes from old anime, you know? And so to see a series in the modern times, like, I think this came out in like 2018 or something like that. So it's been a little while since, but like, to see a series that had like the vibes of an old anime, like it reminded me of like older shows. It was really nice and I enjoyed it very much. I don't know if I'd actually give it a 10 anymore.
No,
I would probably give it like
I like
an 8.
the beginning. I like the beginning part. The latter part makes me uncomfortable.
Yeah, I probably would give it like probably like an 8 or a 7. I'm moving to an 8
starts off
now.
really well. It starts off really well.
Absolutely.
It doesn't hold it so well.
It gets complicated.
Very complicated.
Vivi was really good. It made me feel a lot of feelings. I probably need to rewatch it to be able to explain it properly because it is very emotional and so emotional that I might have just emotionally given it a 10 when I first rated it and did not look at it objectively enough to actually say whether or not I actually enjoyed it.
It's the robot one. Okay,
it's the robot.
No,
it's the robot idol world end one.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's a lot to it. Honestly, like looking back, it's probably also like an 8, but I gave it like a 10 because it made me feel a lot of ways.
You know what? Sometimes, you know, you go with what you feel, and that's fine.
Yeah. Trigun. Anyway, Trigun. Hey, Trigun.
Trigun.
Hey guys, Trigun.
Where's Ryan? Where's that MFer? Get him in here.
Can I
he's probably busy.
Can I bash Ryan slightly? Not actually.
Oh my god.
So Ryan, when I originally scheduled this, Ryan was supposed to be here with me since the start. But I texted him. I was running late, so I texted Ryan, I'm finally on call, getting ready to go live, and Ryan messaged me, oh my god, I completely forgot.
Oh.
I'm so sorry. And I'm not actually mad, but I think it's really funny.
It is really funny.
It's like, it's okay. It's totally okay, but it's really funny. Anyway, Trigun. This is another show. Oh wait, this is on my list. This is also on my dad's list of animes to watch when you come of age. This is another one of my dad's favorites. It is iconic. It is so good. It is a space western, baby.
We love the space western.
Oh my god, Spoofy, I'm eating sushi. You can go ahead and carry it from here again.
So, Trigun. Trigun is a space western. It is a series that has a bit of mystery to it. There are things that are technically like revealed as time goes on that are surprising if you watch it the first time. So I can't like discuss certain plot details, but if you want the basic rundown of the initial premise, the series is about Vash the Stampede, who is one of the most wanted men on the planet. He's the $10 billion double dollar man?
$20 billion double dollar man.
$20 billion double dollar man. He is known as a humanoid typhoon. He gets that reputation as wherever he goes, there seems to be a bunch of destruction in its wake. Like wherever he goes, if he goes to a town, that town is almost likely going to be completely destroyed.
He's a human disaster, human natural disaster.
He's a human natural disaster. So what ends up happening is insurance companies are like, okay, we can't keep like covering the insurance for this guy. We need to talk to him because he's like ruining our business.
Yeah, and figure out what the fuck is going on.
They send out two insurance ladies to go and like talk with him and try to be like, hey, can you like calm down? Can you not be like a walking disaster? And when the insurance ladies finally meet him, he is completely different from anyone's expectations on.
He's just a silly fucking guy.
What he would be like. He's just a very silly guy.
He's a fucking meow meow, y'all.
And the series involves you learning why he is the humanoid disaster. That is what I will say is like that's basically the premise of the series. Like it's a weekly thing where we get into new space western hijinks, but you slowly learn why he is considered the humanoid typhoon, because it's not like it's not like those rumors aren't true. They are real, and there's a reason for it.
Yeah. Everywhere he goes, there is disaster that strikes. So it's not incorrect that he is the humanoid typhoon, but it's more nuanced. It's not like he's just going through and fucking destroying towns for funsies and shits and giggles.
Yeah.
Things happen that are somewhat out of his hands.
It is very funny that it's like the series is like you start to wonder at the very beginning. You're like, why is this guy like considered such a threat? You know, you're like, why? Like humanoid typhoon, I don't really believe it. And then as time goes on, you're like, oh no.
Oh, I know, I believe it. I understand
see.
now. Yeah, but he other things to add, he is the finest gunman in the entire world. He is extremely talented gunman. Just absolutely comedically.
He just doesn't kill anyone.
No, he is the most excellent gunman in the entire world, and he will not kill a single person. He is the silliest fucking goober who ever exists. He's so quirky. He's so silly. He is my little meow meow. He's so pathetic.
He's everyone's little meow meow.
He's the meow meow of all time. Vash the Stampede. Oh, my sweet angel boy, my meow meow, my Blorbo. The Blorbo from my shows of all time. Love him dearly. 10 out of 10, watch Trigun. Watch the original Trigun, and then I would recommend Stampede. I think I would recommend Stampede.
I haven't watched any Stampede yet. I need to.
It's complicated, my feelings on Stampede, but I would still recommend it.
The thing I've heard is that you should probably watch original Trigun before you watch Stampede.
Absolutely. I think watching the original Trigun will enhance your Stampede experience. It'll make things feel more intense because they don't spend enough time with the characters the way the original Trigun did. Oh, and also it's another one that you can watch the dub of. Trigun, I highly recommend the dub. It's very, very good. It's one of the iconic older dub anime of all time. I love the English dub so much. It's so good. Johnny Young Bosch, heart
yeah, emoji. Literally one of the best. Like it's that era of like old voice acting, like Yu Yu Hakusho, Trigun, and like Cowboy Bebop and like Outlaw Star, like all those kind of things. Like all have really good English dubs that make them very much worth watching in English if you can.
Yeah, absolutely. And for a lot of people too, makes it like an easier watch, because I know a lot of people who watch with subs because they like just cannot grasp They have like hearing processing issues, which I understand. But then I have other friends who can't watch subs because they're so fucking dyslexic or so deeply ADHD that they can't keep track of the subs and actually understand the story while reading the subs at the same time. So they have to watch dubs where they can just listen to it, or have the subs and the closed captioning with the audio playing at the same time to actually grasp anything that's going on.
Hey, Fen.
Uh-huh.
I noticed something looking at your list.
Yeah.
We're in the 9th section now, and we passed the Ys. You watched Yu Yu Hakusho, right?
Yeah.
Why is it not 10?
Because I haven't watched Yu Yu Hakusho since I was a child, so I don't think it's like I rated it yet. I think I have it on plan to watch still because I need to rewatch it.
Now I need to talk about Yu Yu Hakusho.
Where's Yu-Gi-Oh! GX? Oh, that's a fucking good... Actually, that's a really good point. I've rewatched Yu-Gi-Oh! GX recently enough that I need to rate it. I could rate it.
Yu-Gi-Oh! GX, that's a fun series. In dub, it is one of the most funny things you will watch.
I would easily give it I would easily give Yu-Gi-Oh! GX like a 7 or an 8.
Yeah.
Specifically the dub.
The original sub is also enjoyable, just like for a completely different reason. It's sometimes silly, but for the most part serious.
It's much more serious than the dub, but I fucking love the dub. It's everything to me.
Yep, the dub is like one of the most, like, they really stopped giving a shit.
Yeah, sub versus dub, they're completely different shows.
Yep. So Yu Yu Hakusho.
Mm-hmm.
Yu Yu Hakusho is one of my favorite anime series of all time, maybe even my favorite. It is so first of all, if you haven't watched Yu Yu Hakusho, please at least give the first episode a shot. I genuinely do believe it is like a really good first episode. It has a very simple premise, and it has a very strong emotional hook at the very start. So now I'm going to start spoiling all of that. So,
hell yeah.
Yu Yu Hakusho's first episode is about Yusuke Urameshi, who is a delinquent boy that ends up dying in a car wreck after he pushes a little boy out of the way from the oncoming car crash.
Mm-hmm.
This is so out of character that even the like bureaucratic afterlife system didn't think he was supposed to die then. So he is given another shot to try reclaiming his body. And the first couple of episodes kind of explore, you just learn a lot about Yusuke's life, how he had an impact on the other people in his life, and them trying to help him come back to life, basically. And it's a very good intro start where you get to know Yusuke, Kuwabara, Yusuke's mom, and Keiko. All of them are very important. Oh, and Botan and oh god,
all of them, every one of them.
All of them. You like learn like all the initial characters, and it has a very strong emotional foundation at the start. Then the story starts ramping up. It then turns into Yusuke gets back his body, and he becomes what is called the spirit detective, which is like a person that kind of lies in between the supernatural, like world of the undead and demons, and the like living mortal world. And he has to go into cases where he has to prevent demons from breaking that sort of barrier between things. And he slowly like meets other characters along the way that are some of the like best anime characters I know. The cast of Yu Yu Hakusho is like one of the best ones that like has ever been made. It's not
It's a really
very
good cast.
It's not like a very extensive one. Also, the dub is like really good. Dub is like really incredible. You do have to get over one episode that has like a transphobic joke in it. It's very dated, but it's like the only episode that does it, and then the rest of the series doesn't.
It's such an old show.
They also, I think they use the R slur maybe like once or twice in like the first couple of episodes.
It's such an old show.
Other than those, like, you know, for the most part, you won't experience those kinds of things. You will experience that in like a couple of older anime dubs. They'll take you like aback, or you're like, oh, that was uncomfortable.
You have a moment, and then you remember the time the show was made, and you're like, yeah, okay.
So anyways, Yu Yu Hakusho, so like basically you get introduced to two other characters that become really important to the series, which are Hiei. Hiei is like, if you know any anime bad boy in shonen, most of them are going to probably be based off of Hiei. But he does it better than most of them ever do because the way he is characterized is very different from a lot of them. A lot of people that are based off of Hiei are very like emotional. They have like a tragic backstory and they're a little bit whiny sometimes about it. Hiei is a very quiet character. He does not let his like trauma define him. He's very interesting in that way. You also have Kurama, who is like any anime pretty boy that you've ever seen is probably based on Kurama in Yu Yu Hakusho, because Kurama is like a very fun character. He's very smart. He is very feminine for a guy, but like there's not like, I mean, there's villains that will make jokes about it, but it's never in the series taken like that's a bad thing. It's just like he's feminine. Yeah, that's it. He's a fox boy. He's really great. He uses like rose and like plant-based powers. They're very fun to watch. And like you get several different arcs where they explore the relationship between the spirit world, which is like where demons and ghosts and like spirits all reside, and the relationship between that and the mortal world. And kind of like it does some really interesting things with it. And then on top of that, you have a lot of story about determination, whether it's for doing things for other people or if it's like doing things purely for yourself. There's a lot of like the same way that like Mob Psycho kind of does things. Yu Yu Hakusho does it over a very long period of time. And I just really love some of the messages that it has. It teaches you about grief. It has some really good villain characters that like make you question the world of Yu Yu Hakusho a lot, and like its status quo. And it's just like a really enjoyable series. It has, you know, the absolute banger opening of all time, Smile Bomb, and you should like it. You know, if nothing else, just listen to that music.
Yeah, go find the Yu Yu Hakusho opening. Find Smile Bomb and just watch all the Yu Yu Hakusho openings and then, you know, if nothing else, bare minimum. That is your homework.
I think you're gonna have to do this in multiple parts because I have so many opinions on some of the things that you have.
No, it's fine. It's fine. I figured that like what we can do now is we can graze through some of these top ones and then we jump to the very last things on my list and we can look at what my my lowest rateds are.
I saw Vampire Hunter D good.
Yeah, I don't have much to say about Vampire Hunter D besides it's fucking stunning.
Gorgeous animation. Like that's literally all you need to know.
Oh, it's stunning. It's gorgeous. It's iconic. It's beautiful.
It's so iconic that
digital. It's a 9.
So gorgeous animation that Digital Corridor had to rip it with their AI stuff to like make their thing even passable. Anyway.
Yeah. Anyway, yeah. Real. Also, Steingate needs to be lower. Steingate needs to be an 8, but also I really love Steins Gate.
Steins Gate, another iconic early 2000s anime, or early to mid 2000s anime that explores time travel. It has a lot of fun characters.
Absolutely. There's definitely some things gender in there that are sus. But also it's a really good dub. Other than that, I guess it's very of its time. But I'm also a J. Michael Tatum stan, so of course I really like the dub of Steins Gate. Okabe, the main character, is voiced by J. Michael Tatum, and he does an excellent job. It's a very different casting than he normally gets. He usually gets very typecasted as like Sebastian Black Butler adjacent because that was his first
very
big role. I think.
Cool, sexy,
possibly British. Instead, Okabe is a fucking shut-in, is a fucking loser-ass mad scientist Chunibyo shut-in. Yeah. He's like deeply chuny and like a fucking weird idiot and like a freak and loud and bombastic, which is such a different casting than I see Tatum in a lot of his major roles. So it's
we love
very
to
nice to see
people play crazy people. Go absolutely ham with their voice roles.
He's such a weird fucking dude. And I love it. Anohana, I don't know if it's actually a 9, I'll be honest. It was definitely a very good, very sad anime.
Very emotional.
Very emotional. The premise is it's a group of friends who drifted apart over time after the sudden accidental passing of one of their mutual friends, and how that kind of shattered the friend group. And then that friend who passed away coming back as a ghost.
Yep,
realizing,
and they have to deal with that.
Yeah, and they have to deal with that, and they have to basically try and help her pass on by trying to figure out what is keeping her here and from passing on to the afterlife.
And they have to address their friendship. It's
yeah,
some
while
really
they're
good
all
writing.
while they're all messy fucking teenagers, like 17 to 18-year-olds going through shit and are like disasters themselves nowadays. Ping pong.
Ping pong. If you can get over the animation style, you're in for like a really good ride. It is a really excellent story that has a lot of good visual storytelling. Once you like get over the fact that it's not a traditional like what you would expect from an anime.
It's rotoscoped. It's all rotoscoped, baby.
It's rotoscoped. It's like very rough and raw, but like it's very emotional. It talks a lot about going on a specific career path and either achieving it and what the consequences of that are, or not achieving it and what the consequences of that are.
Yes,
and
absolutely.
also like what like success or like what achieving your dream means, and like it's really good stuff.
It's a Masaki Yuasa directed film. Who he is the director of the Netflix Devilman Crybaby, the new movie Inuo, a number of other things. Izoken, yes, a whole bunch of other things that all have very distinctive wild art styles. He's very into doing wacky wild things with his anime artistically. And Ping Pong is fucking excellent. Honestly, I wouldn't even say you have to get over the art style. I think you have to get over yourself and then watch Ping Pong. Ping Pong is excellent.
That's a real
thing.
I just want to get the premise that like if you are so turned off by the art style, like I guess it's not for you, but you're also wrong.
Yeah, you're also wrong, and you need to get over yourself and watch Ping Pong. March comes in like a lion. I have feelings about it. I think it's one of the stronger first episodes I've ever watched in my life. Depicting depression and anxiety as an adolescent. In a very transitionary phase in his life. Our main character is, I believe, 17, and he is a very high-ranking what's it called? Shogi player, which is think of it like chess, I suppose. Think of him as a very high-ranking chess player if you don't know what shogi is. And he lives alone because his family passed away in a car accident when he was young, and so he was sent to one of his father's dear friends' families, and his father's friend was a professional shogi player. And so he learned all of it from him. And now this is him just living through his life, struggling with anxiety and depression while being a professional shogi player and having very complicated feelings about doing this thing that he does basically just to survive, when once upon a time it was something that he really deeply loved. And also his loneliness as someone who is in this weird phase where he's not quite like a normal teenager where he can just go and have friends and, chill out because he's working a professional job to feed himself and to pay for his apartment in being a professional gamer, and how he keeps missing days at school and he has to talk to he doesn't relate to kids his age, shit like that. It's a really excellent, beautiful first episode. Beyond the first season, there are some things that get messy plot-wise and some choices that I don't really like, but there's also so much of the show that I find really beautiful and interesting that I do think it's a worthwhile watch.
All right.
Promised Neverland is here on this list only for the first season.
First season.
The first season is the only part of Promised Neverland that you should watch, and everything else.
Dear Lord, so as just a quick thing, so first season is like this really interesting like game of like horror, where they have to like it's a bunch of children who have to escape their very like awful, horrible, monstrous caretakers, and they have to be very clever about it because they are kids. Yes. Second season, they decide to speedrun the entire manga.
Literally, they speedrun everything fucking else, and it's a hot mess. Just watch the first season, and then, I don't know, make up the rest on your own. It'll be better than what the second season is.
Dorohedoro!
Dorohedoro bangs. Dorohedoro is insane. Dorohedoro is bonkers. It runs by its own logic. It's fucking wild.
Literally, Dorohedoro is like the creator just being like, I want to do whatever I want. It's a very like bloody, messy, like there are not a lot of things like it. It falls into a very niche category of what is called the action horror comedy series. Which, if you know what are supposed to be, those two things are supposed to be like, you know that those things should not gel well. But somehow it works really well.
It's so good. It's so good. Dorohedoro is so good. I absolutely recommend it if you like things that are fucking wild. If you want to have the craziest fucking time of your life and you aren't terribly squeamish, because it's quite gory, it's quite bloody, it's quite messy, it's quite nasty. But
it's weird though because the way it treats all of that is like nonchalant. So even though it's gross, it's just like it just happens, and then also it doesn't matter too much.
Yeah, it's disgusting, and it just is.
Incredible character designs, some of the best. Not afraid of muscular women. Also,
I would trip over myself and sob to like touch Noe's bicep.
So banger opening. For the anime, you have to it's a 3D anime, but it's like done well.
It's gorgeous, incredible.
You should just probably read the manga because they're probably never going to make another season because the studio that does it is doing Chainsaw Man and Jujutsu Kaisen. So
I think you should watch the anime and read the manga. Do both.
You should do both. And then one last little thought: they have a trans lady named Turkey who has a turkey head, and she's trans because magic, and she's just like, yeah, because I wanted to. And
because
the manga,
a turkey
the manga doesn't do it. The manga doesn't do anything else besides that, and it's just like that's great.
We love passively trans characters where it doesn't fucking matter. Actually, it's fine. Yeah, she's trans. Yeah, she has a turkey on her head, and that's fine. Leave her alone. It's okay. That's it. That's all. I'm honestly, me saying this is making more of a deal about it than it actually is.
Yep. It just it's very offhandedly commented, and that's it. Otherwise, it doesn't matter too much. All right. Anyways,
that's literally
it. Beastars.
You're a furry. You're a furry, but also
furry murder mystery.
It's a furry murder mystery that has a lot of weird implications, but God, it's a wild ride.
Also,
and it's a ride that I'm in for it.
Explores sexuality in
a really interesting
high
weird
school.
Way. Yeah.
It does it in a weird way. I don't know if it's always handled well, but it does it.
I don't hate it, honestly. I don't hate the way that it handles sexuality in high school. It's probably because I've seen significantly worse, but honestly, I think it's compelling enough and interesting enough that like it's okay. It's allowed. It's allowed.
Me and Knight were so caught off guard when we first watched it that it had that stuff that we didn't watch anymore.
Really?
Yeah.
I really love Beastars.
It has a really banger opening. Also, the band that did it committed like insurance fraud, I think, or like were scam artists.
No, it was only like a couple members. It was a couple members of the band. The rest of them either didn't know or whatever. The rest of the band has now been released from being held by the Japanese government.
Jesus Christ, that was a whole thing. Like the music was like taken down for
the music. All of the music was taken down until they figured out like who in the band was it and how many were involved. I think it was just the drummer.
That was insane times, but furry murder mystery. Some of the plot elements get really wild, especially if you read the manga. It's crazy.
There's a lot of there's a lot of vor, guys. I'm gonna be honest. I have to state it outright. There is a lot of vor.
That's true. That's true. There's a lot of like vor imagery. Also, there's a lot of bisexuality.
And honestly, I've seen worse depictions of bisexuality, so I'm like, okay, this is valid depictions of bisexuality as far as I'm concerned. This is good enough. I'll take this. There's a lot of sexuality in this.
We gotta keep going. Violet Evergarden, romance.
Go. Specifically, this one is the lesbian movie full of lesbian behaviors. I enjoyed it.
Escape the Infinity. We're going through all the gay stuff.
Gay people.
Gay people skateboard. Gay people skateboard cyberpunk.
Gay people are skateboarding. It's not even cyberpunk. Gay people are skateboarding. And they're having a banger ass time. Good for them. Some of the gay people are in love. I guess. Some of the gay people are really happy together. Some of the gay people are messy exes. And that's that. I fucking love Skate the Infinity. It's so much fun. I've rewatched it maybe like 4 times. It sparks joy. It brings a smile to my face. The English dub is also another good one, so it's very easy to just turn on in the background and enjoy.
This next one, I can't read it. Vanitas?
Yeah, it's Vanitas.
Okay.
It's gay people are vampires.
We're gonna go through all the gay stuff.
It's gay vampire murder mysteries. Gay ninjas.
Gay vampire murder mysteries. Gay ninjas is Naruto.
Fruits baskets. It's there's a lot of.
There's some messiness when you rewatch it, but there's has only a lot of nostalgia.
There's only okay, so there's a lot of nostalgia. I also recommend the newer anime. God, it's messy. God, it's fucking messy. God, I love Fruits Basket. It's so fucking messy. Guys, it's a drama, okay? It's a reverse harem technically, but only for like the first season. And then the rest of it, it's just a romance drama involving like fantasy. There's magic involved, and also the repercussions of generational trauma.
It came from the early 2000s, and there's some elements that you will have to go in knowing that.
It's not even that bad though. Like honestly, like
it's not terrible, but it's definitely there.
It's definitely there, but like it's pretty low key. As far like at least in my opinion, having like rewatched it fairly recently, not the original, but like the newer version.
Probably watched the newer version. I think the original has a lot more.
The newer version's a lot more palatable, but also has a lot more of the messiness. But the messiness is honestly a lot of fun. I love watching the messy generational trauma. I love the knowledge that. Well, I don't even know if I want to say it because it's such spoilers, and I kind of want people to just get hit in the face by
probably
it.
Probably not. We gotta
get
going.
It's so funny. Okay. Full Metal Alchemist, the original. We love it.
You have to like. You have to kind of throw out that it's not like the original, so like you have to get over it. You have to get over that fact.
Yeah, it's the original anime, not the original story. It veers from the manga. Bleach.
You will have to consider that the anime is not the full thing, but they brought it back, baby. They brought it back, so
it'll be the full thing almost. It needs a couple. It needs like I think 3 seasons.
My own personal opinion is it should have ended at their Rancor arc, but like I've heard that the later arc is actually pretty good. So
I don't know. The 1,000-Year Blood War is pretty insane. I'm actually really enjoying it. I'm enjoying watching. Look, there's a lot of messy things that you can say about it. This is not peak writing, but God, it is so much fun.
It's very enjoyable. It's literally just like cool anime. If you're like,
it's classic
I want to watch
cool
a cool
anime, baby.
It's classic cool anime, cool shonen anime. I don't know what this next one is.
This one is Paranoia Agent.
Paranoia Agent.
Satoshi Kon's Paranoia Agent, the only anime series he ever made. This shit's insane.
Also insane series.
Insane, yeah. Paranoia Agent, fucking bonkers. Again, how I was saying with Satoshi Kon earlier, who created Paprika and Perfect Blue and Millennium Actress. He really loves unreliable narrators. He really loves melding fantasy with reality. And this is all about unreliable narrators and how one misconception can shape the actions of so many people.
You should hear Satoshi Kon and you should be like, I need to watch it.
Yes. Princess Tutu.
Princess Tutu, really good.
Oh my god, watch Princess Tutu.
I need to finish it.
Gay ballerinas.
Gay ballerinas, yep.
Gay fantasy, dark fairy tale, grim fairy tale ballerinas.
Really beautiful art style, a lot of beautiful music.
Music is
just
stunning.
It's beautiful.
It's fucking beautiful. The characters are really charming, IMO. I fucking love Princess Tutu. It's iconic, it's classic, it's beautiful. I love it so much. Paprika, this shit's fucking bonkers.
Satoshi Kon, you're on acid. You're on acid. That's the
Yep. Oh, I gave Attack on Titan season 1 and 8.
Mononoke. Oh, is that the like one that has somewhat problematic elements?
Yes. Okay. So I'm going to talk about Mononoke because I have opinions that need to be spoken on it. So Mononoke is a really incredible film, or a really incredible anime series, not to be mixed up with Hayao Miyazaki's Mononoke. It is episodic horror mystery about a medicine man who just ends up places and deals with things. That is the best way I can describe it. It's got a lot of wild imagery and a lot of crazy animation and framing. It's if you enjoy Satoshi Kon, you'll probably enjoy it. However, it struggles significantly with racism.
Yep.
Like, severely. Really egregious depictions of black people. And the thing is people talk about Mononoke and how incredible and beautiful it is. and then they don't touch on that. They never mention it. I've heard so many people, Mononoke is kind of a sleeper hit too, like it's very niche, but anyone that I've ever heard to talk about Mononoke and how incredible it is, never talk about the insane, wild depictions of Black people in it. Just just some really heinous caricature shit. That happens multiple times throughout the series. And like there's no specific Black character in the series. There's just occasionally a Black person in the story. It's not like it's a running character thing, but it's like it's a problem that should be mentioned. Again, I really enjoy Mononoke as an idea. I really like a lot of the individual stories told, but the depictions of Black people are pretty fucking egregious.
It's very egregious.
It's pretty fucking egregious. Soul Eater, we talked about that already. Arietti, it was good. I guess the first season of okay, I'm gonna try and defend my past self here.
Attack on Titan.
I think the first season of Attack on Titan was good, probably. I think that might have been it. I think I really liked the first season of Attack on Titan, and then everything else I realized it was fucking awful. Actually, and really terrible. And the creator of Attack on Titan is an awful fucking person. I think that's where I stand on that.
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah. This is Your Lie in April. It's sad. It's a sad romance anime, baby. It's about two musicians who run into each other. One is a pianist, the other is a violinist. And the pianist is going through sort of a crisis of identity with his music, and is sort of falling off and faltering and struggling to perform the way that he used to, until he meets this violinist who's very brash and bold. And it's a romance anime, and it's tragic and sad. Oh boy! Zenkyo no Terror.
This is mixed bag. Starts out super strong. Has like a premise that you don't think like could happen, that you don't think like they would allow to be like aired, but like it basically talks about terrorism from the terrorist perspective.
Yes.
The terrorism they perform is like non-lethal. It's weird to explain.
Yeah, it's a really interesting series. The music is done by Yoko Kanno, which means immediately that it's gorgeous.
Literally one of the best tracks I've heard ever is Vaughn. Vaughn is like an incredible like track.
If nothing else, just look up Zenkyo no Terror OST and just listen to it. It's fucking gorgeous, absolutely stunning, beautiful work from Yoko Kanno as always. Yeah.
The actual execution is weird.
Yeah, actual execution of the show is kind of mixed. Ass Class.
Fun.
It's a good time. We love Ass Class. Assassination Classroom. The premise is there's a bunch of these delinquent ass kids who are put into the fucking flunking classroom.
They have to kill their teacher.
And they're tasked with having to kill their teacher, who is a whole actual alien that will by the time they graduate, destroy the Earth. He already destroyed the moon to prove that he can do it.
Yep.
They are tasked,
like, I'm not fucking around.
So they are tasked with finding out how to kill him, and he is the one teaching them how to kill him.
He's also a good teacher.
He's also a really good teacher. He's like a really, really good motivational teacher and like really endearing. But he is training these children how to kill him and how to become professional assassins. Because they need him to kill him.
It is a prolonged, like, assisted suicide. The series.
That's what it is. It's a prolonged assisted suicide series. It's very silly. Every now and then it has a little heartstring tugger. I enjoyed it. I enjoyed Ass Class. Is it peak cinema? No. Is it fun?
It's just enjoyable.
Yes.
Death Parade, let's go.
Death Parade bangs. Very heavy. It deals a lot with the afterlife and regrets in life and what you do after you die and what happens after you die, and the idea of how to come to terms with death.
It's very interesting. It's like the premise is that people like go into, like, they die and then they go into this parlor where they have to perform death games. They don't start out with their memories, and they have, like, as time goes on, they get their memories back. but like it's a weird existential thing of like your memories kind of define you as a person in some ways, and like whether or not you are a good or bad person.
Yeah,
And
the
like,
whole idea is that the main character, Deckham, he's the arbiter of these games, and the people that come into the Quindecum, his parlor, and play these death games, don't realize that they have already died. So from their perspective, this is a life or death scenario. But in all reality, they are already dead, and they don't know that.
It's weighing the like their souls, basically weighing.
Yeah,
them
Deckham is weighing their souls by the way that they behave in the death game scenarios, and it's a lot of the existentialism of that, and how does your actions define you as a person, but also a lot of Deckham evolving and learning about humanity, and that it's not so simple as a good person versus a evil person. Who gets to reincarnate in the show. He's the one that gets to decide who gets thrown to the void and who gets to reincarnate.
Yep.
So it's him learning that it's not quite that simple.
It's not easy. Yeah, it's not easy to just be like, this is a good or bad person. There's like complications to it.
Yeah.
Also, banger opening.
Oh, banger, absolutely. One Punch Man.
Fun. Also
fun.
by the like writer of Mob Psycho 100. Not the same quality. Like it's not quality. It's like not the same kind of series. Like
not the same
One Punch
kind
Man
of story.
Is,
it's very silly.
Is mostly like silly. Like
it's a
silly
fucking
action.
comedy, baby.
It will have some moments that you're like, oh yeah, but like for the most part, it's like it's just like it's shonen. It's shonen.
Yep, it's a shonen action comedy. Byakusei, I need to rewatch this again, but essentially it's a very, very gay film about young gay love. These two boys in their funny little class, realizing that they have all sorts of feelings for each other, and it's complicated. It's very pretty. I really need to rewatch it. It is very beautiful. It's just a good gay film.
Oh god, it's our favorite. Oh god, what was the actual English name?
Huh?
The time travel one. The one where
Erased?
He, like, goes back. Erased. Another banger opening. The actual time travel mechanic is a little like it's a little weird.
Definitely, but honestly, I really enjoy Erased. I think it is very good. It's worth the watch, fun. But definitely much more significantly worth a read. The read is so much better than the watch.
Owari no Seraph. I read the manga for this, funnily enough. I've read a few chapters of the manga, but I never watched the anime.
Oh, really? Okay.
Vampires.
Yeah, vampires. Gay vampires again. But gay vampires, but in a more sci-fi setting rather than fantasy.
Futuristic, yeah.
Futuristic apocalypse vampires. Alien vampires. It's good. It's a good shonen. It's definitely a little darker. I kind of want to rewatch it, I'm not gonna lie. But I enjoyed it.
It's very interesting that most vampire stories have this caveat that like they will have at least like either one messy element or won't be like, you know, they have like varying quality, right? Like I don't think there's like been a vampire thing that I have been like it's good, but
yeah, literally. My Hero Academia, this was specifically talking about season 1.
This fluctuates a lot.
I really liked season 1.
Yeah.
Maybe even season 2 and 3.
It's interesting. Like I think it has a strong start. I think that I do like some of the like other parts, but also fucking Mineta.
Yeah, fuck Mineta. The show would be infinitely better without Mineta. Also, yes, Sean's correct.
I love Lemillion, my favorite boy.
He's so silly and quirky. I love him dearly. Sweetness and Lightning. Have you ever watched Sweetness and Lightning?
I have not watched Sweetness and Lightning.
So the premise is this dad and daughter duo where the wife has recently passed, and this dad is trying to figure out how to raise his daughter alone. But the thing is that his wife always did all the cooking, so he's not a very good cook, and his daughter is missing having good home-cooked meals. And so he just happens upon, through a series of confusing events, he ends up talking to one of his students. He's a teacher, a high school teacher, and one of his students, her mother runs a small local restaurant. And the thing is that her mother has been frequently traveling lately, so it has been left to her to run the restaurant.
All right, thank God. This is not the one I was thinking it was. It's not the one that
not Usagi drop. Not Usagi drop. You're okay. We're safe here.
Thank God.
This is safe. We're safe. But yeah, her mother travels a lot, so it's been left to her to take care of the restaurant. But here's the thing, this girl also doesn't really know how to cook. So the two of them have been together basically learning to cook through her mother's recipes and using the small cafe they have, her mother's cafe, as a space to learn. And it's just kind of a very sweet found family situation. It's very warm, very, very wholesome, very, very charming, very endearing.
It's why we love Buddy Daddies and Spy X Family.
Absolutely. You're on ice. It's gay ice skaters, baby.
Gay ice skating.
It's not Yuri. It's in fact Yaoi on ice.
My opinion on this has changed many times. I'm back to liking it a whole bunch. This series is like it mostly has to do with stuff around Yuri on Ice versus like Yuri on Ice itself. If you just take Yuri on Ice at its own like stuff, it's actually really good.
Yeah.
It got overhyped in some ways, but that's the internet's fault.
It's just a good fun watch. Kobayashi, I don't know why it's rated an 8.
Gay dragons.
I don't know what happened here.
Problematic elements to happen.
It probably should be a 6. Because the thing is, there's ideas about it that I like. I like some of the characters, but there's a lot of things wrong with it.
There's some good comedy at the beginning, and then you're like, no.
And then there's so much wrong. There's so much wrong. There's so much wrong. They do so many terrible things. Please don't look at Kana the way you keep looking at her. Don't look at the baby the way you keep treating her. She's a toddler. She's literally canonically a baby. Stop being fucking nasty.
Yep. Agreed. Hard agreed.
Yep. Violet Evergarden, we already talked about it. This is just season 2 of My Hero Academia.
That should be
Royal Tutor.
Royal Tutor? Do I know this one?
I don't know. I fucking love the Royal Tutor. So the Royal Tutor, it's very shoujo in a way. It's very
okay. I know this one. I did not watch it, but I know this one.
I enjoy it significantly. Is it peak cinema? No. The premise is that it's this family of young princes who are fucking nightmares to educate. The king, their father, while the first in line is very capable, he wants to give all of his children an equal chance to become king and take his place, and not just go with first in line. So he wants to make sure all of his children are well educated and understand the responsibility so that they all have the best shot to eventually decide to take the throne. If and let's say he has a variety of choices. However, all of these kids are fucking nightmares to educate in their own ways and their own fucking quirks. So he calls every tutor they've ever had has fucking quit and left. Every single one. So eventually he calls in the big guns, this little dude, our main guy, who looks like a child. For some reason, it's complicated. There's a lot going on there story-wise.
Yeah, that's probably a bit weird.
Don't worry about it. It could be significantly worse. It's mostly just used as a comedic aspect.
Okay.
But he's just a little dude. But he has been called in. He is by all means a nobody. And no one knows where the fuck he came from and why the king called him specifically. But he is now tasked with raising and educating the young princes in all of their quirks and all of their oddities. And that's the show. It's him raising the princes.
The covers make me a bit questionable.
Yeah, for sure. Don't worry about it though. It's fine. It's a fun show. It's a fun show. There's definitely a few moments where it's like, stop. Like one of the characters, one of his quirks, I can't even be like super terribly mad, even though it makes me make faces. I can't be too mad because he's a fucking pretty boy 15-year-old prince. So I get it. But his whole thing is that he's a ladies' man.
Oh boy.
But he's a 15-year-old prince. Pretty boy prince. So like, okay, I understand where he's getting that ego. I get it. I understand. But please. Please. Calm down, boy. Calm down. Sit down. Keep your pants on. Escort the women out for once. Send them away. You have to go to school, kid. Get an education. Made in Abyss.
Alright, so this one is interesting. this one has a really solid premise, has some like really cool world building. Characters' fates will be very awful.
Yes.
You will have to like accept that some characters you like will be like very fucked up. They will get very fucked up.
Oh yeah, it's destroyed. It's over.
There's some contention about the art style and some of the ways it handles things.
There's definitely some things that I could say about the way that it handles certain aspects of the characters that I am like, this feels yucky. I don't like this. But overall, there's a lot of good in the show, and then there's a lot of really not good. That makes it complicated and hard for me to wrap my brain around. There's a lot of really interesting world building. I enjoy the art personally. There's a lot of really interesting world and lore involved. But it's a hard show to swallow sometimes. And then there's some portions of the show that depict characters and situations that I feel needlessly
either cruel
sexual,
or
not even
weird.
honestly, even the cruelty. Well, I guess there are some points where I'm like, this is needlessly cruel. But there are other points where it's like, this feels weirdly voyeuristic.
Yeah, for characters that are mostly children.
Yeah. There's some things where I'm like, okay, this seems really weirdly voyeuristic for what are very, very much children characters, and also weirdly drawn out voyeurism for very children, very, very, very children characters, makes point of them being children characters.
Yeah.
Kind of children characters.
Did we emphasize that they are children?
They are so children. They are so children. They might as well be in diapers. They're so children.
Anyways.
Kakegurui, it's not good, but I love it.
Gambling gay ladies, go.
Gambling horny gay ladies. The gambling makes them hornier. Hoseki no Kuni. This is Land of the Lustrous.
Piece of shit.
Mangaka's a piece of shit. God, the show is gorgeous though. It was the debut show of Studio Orange, the one that made Beastars and the one that is animating Stampede.
I love the characters. I do love the like art style. I wish the mangaka was not a piece of shit.
I wish the mangaka was not a piece of shit. The story is very interesting. The anime is beautiful.
Too. They're even hornier this time.
Yeah, Kakegurui too. They're hornier and gayer, actually.
They got even gayer.
The girls make out sometimes. Carol and Tuesday.
I have interesting opinions about this.
Me too.
So, for the most part, it's a series about two girls. They are gay. No.
They are gay as far as I'm concerned. The show would have been actually better if they were gay, honestly.
Would have been better if they just like went all out on that. But it's about like they're in this competition. They are trying to bring back very classical with real instrument kind of music in a world that is increasingly digital with all of its music. The show has a lot to say about music that I'm not sure is always correct. And then also it has it's so weird that it has both good and bad depictions of like LGBT people.
It also has a lot to say about AI creation, which is oddly timely for a show that came out like in 2018. So yeah, it has a lot to say about AI creation and AI art and use of AI in art forms. Yeah, it has a lot of like oddly good depictions of LGBT and then some really bad depictions. Like it's pretty good about depicting gay people in general. But it's really bad about depicting trans people, which is kind of just the telltale of the Cowboy Bebop writer, honestly. For those who don't know, Carol and Tuesday is actually written by the writer of Cowboy Bebop and is canonically within the same world of Cowboy Bebop, set in the future of where Bebop is. And much like,
it's funny.
It's kind of telltale, honestly. Good gay depictions, bad trans depictions.
It's funny. Despite my opinions on it, I still like the fucking bullshit song. It's still funny as shit.
Oh, it's so funny. The fucking bullshit song is the funniest shit I've ever seen. It's hilarious. Also, honestly, there's a lot of scenes in Carol and Tuesday that like strike really close to home, and then there's a lot that are just bad. So Carol and Tuesday is so wildly up and down.
It's a mixed bag of everything.
It's like every scene, honestly, it's like, wow, this is really incredible, or wow, this fucking sucks. Like no in between. It's really beautiful and incredible and impactful and makes you feel things, or it's fucking ass.
Yep.
And that's just how it is. I don't know, watch it at your own discretion, I guess. I won't hate you if you like Carol and Tuesday a lot. I can see why people would really, really cherish it. I understand that. It's just it's so complicated. There's so much. The show genuinely, like, if they got rid of that plot point with like Tuesday being really into that one reporter dude, I genuinely think like the show would have been significantly improved. Like if her struggle was that she's really into Carol, I think that would have been way more compelling.
Literally, if
she fell in love with her best friend. Yeah, if the drama was she fell in love with her best friend instead of, and not she fell in love with a significantly older man who has a girlfriend actually, a lot better. A lot would have been better.
Yep, agreed. Bunny Senpai, so...
It's complicated.
If they took out the sister stuff, you know, I'd probably enjoy it more.
Yes, the sister stuff
Interesting
definitely
premise, though.
Interesting premise, interesting idea. There are moments that I think are really great. Sister stuff. Ugh. At the very least, the brother never reciprocates, which I hate that that's a low bar, but it is.
It at least clears that very low bar.
It clears the very low bar of the brother does not reciprocate the weird sister stuff. Still there though, but honestly, other than that, it's a pretty good show. I enjoyed it actually. I watched it all in one day.
Cool premise. It basically it's just like a girl of the week going through a mysterious circumstance. If you ever, what was it? Monogatari, is that it?
Yes.
Monogatari. Yeah. If you're familiar with Monogatari, then like you know this is probably up your alley.
Yeah. It's basically the idea of that like there's this I don't remember what they call it. It's kind of a stupid name, but it's essentially like youth syndrome or something, where like it's like the manifestations of severe stress on a adolescent, and it manifests in a certain way.
Basically like the first one is like the person like literally disappears off the face of the earth.
Like the main girl, her whole thing is that she was a child actor and model, and that she wished people would stop holding her so highly because it was really fucking stressing her out. So, and she kind of wished that she could blend in and disappear into the background, and so it is manifested in her literally disappearing from people's perceptions. Like literally. Like they don't remember her, they cannot perceive her, they cannot see her. And it's becoming an issue, obviously, as that would.
Because she might literally fade away.
Yeah, she might literally fade from existence. Vinland Saga.
I have not watched this, but I know that it's pretty good.
I recently rewatched it. I would say that there's a lot of really good highs, and then I don't want to say like there's low lows, but like I remember the first time I watched it, I thought it was like, this is God's gift to anime. This is it. This is the new anime of all time. Having rewatched it, I would put it, I think I talked about it in my server, haha, !Discord if you want to join the Spice Rack server, where I talk a lot. I would say it's a very good anime with a lot of regular ass fun action sequences, and then 4 really fucking stellar ending episodes for season 1. Season 2 is out now, and I'm in the process of watching it, and I'm kind of sitting about there as well at the moment. Okay. But it's a really okay, good watch, and then 4 stellar ending episodes. The last 4 episodes are fucking bonkers insane. It's a really good culmination of everything that has been happening throughout the rest of the series. All like happening, that everything has been building up to, it fucking drops. And when it drops, it drops. And it drops hard. And I was just like, ooh.
I've also heard read the manga because the like art in the manga is insane.
Oh yes, the art in the manga is absolutely gorgeous. It wants to be, this is an anime that wants to be Berserk so fucking bad. Is what this anime is. It wants to be Berserk so goddamn bad.
Whether cheese is up to contention.
Yes. Zombieland Saga, it's gay zombies.
Gay zombies fun.
Gay zombie idols.
Trans girl.
Trans girl zombie.
Trans girl zombie idol, good.
She's cute. We love her. She's cute.
voice acting in English and in original is good.
The English is very silly though, but it's like affectionate.
Yep, very silly, very fun.
Yep. I would recommend. It's a good watch. It's a good fun watch.
Love is war.
Yeah. Kaguya-sama, Love is War. We fucking love Kaguya-sama.
Great premise, very fun.
It's so silly. The premise is that the student council president and the student council vice president have feelings for each other, but to admit that they have feelings first is admitting weakness and defeat. Yep. And so they try to 4-game mind chess the other into admitting that they like the other one first, because that way the one who admits first is the bottom.
And all of this is a war to not be the bottom.
This is a war to not be the bottom.
Even though every single like gay person I've ever met is doing the exact opposite. But
yes.
But also all their friends know. Basically, they're like, you guys are fucking idiots.
Yes. Everyone else knows around them that it's fucking clear that they have feelings for each other. And that they're stupid. Demon Slayer.
I love the
first
season. I love the first episode. It's good. This is one of those that, like, if you're like, I want to watch shonen, watch Demon Slayer. It's fully complete as well in the manga. You're going to be getting all those seasons, so like it's like much easier to recommend to be like, you won't have to worry about, oh, this got canceled, so we're not getting the rest of the story. It's most likely going to be finished. And once that happens, it's like, yeah, just probably read it.
Demon Slayer is the most 8 out of 10 anime I think I've ever watched.
Yep.
It is so 8 out of 10. It is a solid, good watch. It's enjoyable. It is not deep. It is beautiful to watch. The characters can be charming. They can also be annoying because they're so one-dimensional. But it's fun. It's fun. It's so 8 out of 10.
Not watch Gleipnir.
Don't. You'll judge me.
Okay.
You'll think things about me that I don't want you to think.
I know things that is like plush mascot, mech piloting, maybe pseudo-vor.
Pseudo-vor. It's complicated. I honestly need to rewatch it to maybe like wrap my brain around it. I just remember I watched it and I was like, this is really fucking weird, but something about it compels me.
Okay.
Much in the way that like Devilman Crybaby, the Netflix one, was like, this is really fucking weird and probably not good in a lot of ways, but it compels me. You know what I mean? Like, that's the energy it was giving me. Would I recommend it to people? No. No, I wouldn't, actually. Did I give it an 8 out of 10? Yes.
Great Pretender, let's go, baby!
Great Pretender, it's so good! It's so good, it's so good, it's so good, it's so good, it's so good.
Great Pretender.
Watch Great Pretender.
It's heist anime. Heist anime, that's fun.
It's a funny-ass heist anime that's so fucking silly, and the characters are fucking silly, and I really enjoy it. I feel about a billion different ways about Laurent, the main character, or the main, second main character. There's the main character, and then there's Laurent, who's the actual heist man.
Yep.
And I love him. He's a stupid little French boy.
Is it as good as Lupin? I'd probably say no. I like Lupin a lot more, but...
yeah, absolutely. But God, Laurent is fun.
Yep.
Decadence.
This goes in a crazy different direction than what you expect.
I did not expect Decadence to do anything that it did, but honestly, I wasn't mad about it, actually.
Yeah.
I wasn't mad about it. It was kind of insane.
Yeah, it's an insane series. You will be pleasantly surprised. Like, it's one of those, like, it goes in a completely different direction from what you expected the story to go, but it's not worse off for it.
Yeah, I don't even think I can really talk about Decadence without accidentally spoiling anything.
It will actually spoil it.
Just watch it, I guess. Like, it's a solid watch. It's a solid watch is what I can say about it. And it goes insane. But yeah, watch it. This is just season 2 of Zombieland Saga.
Oh, Stranger by the Shore. We just watched this.
Yeah, Stranger by the Shore. It's gay.
Hey.
It's gay. It's about youthful gay people.
Youthful gay people, beautiful. So this next one, Ranking of Kings.
Oh God.
Ranking of Kings has. So I did not end up watching the ending of the second season, and I was told that was the correct decision.
I don't know if it is the correct decision, but it's not a good ending. I have a lot of opinions about it. That look, I'm about to spoil Ranking of Kings, okay? I'm sorry,
Sure.
I need to talk about
I
this.
basically already know about this, yes, but you go ahead.
Okay, so my feelings on it are, so essentially there was an evil witch. Look, I'm just gonna fucking talk about it as if you guys have already watched it, and if you haven't, go watch it, and then you'll understand. I would still say watch it, even though I'm spoiling the ending of the season. Hope. I don't know. I don't like that he decided that he wants to marry the witch. I don't like it, but at the same time, I was talking to someone and they were like, you know, it could be a play to where, like, if he didn't say that he would marry her, she probably would have been executed on the spot. And honestly, I don't hate that idea. I don't think that's what they went for. I think they are going to play it as a romance. But also, if the case is that, like, he on the spot decided to say that they would be wed to give her some sort of immunity, I wouldn't hate that. I think that would be actually pretty cool. Because here's the thing, I think whether or not she deserves to die is very complicated and much more nuanced, and if they decide to say that she should not be executed, I would support it. However, I do see that everyone around them would have decided that she should be executed. And that the fact that the prince decided, or I guess the king at that point, decided that he does not want her executed makes sense. I can see him caring for her. I understand him having sympathy for her. He spent a lot of time with her in that mind palace. But I really hope they don't actually play it for romance.
I've also heard there is some weird racist history and imperialism involved with the story.
Yes.
Which is this because, like, the first season and the first, like, part of Ranking of Kings is actually some of the, like, most enjoyable fantasy anime that I've seen in a while. The animation style is, like, really well done.
It's really refreshing.
The world feels like it has a lot that is going on in it that you're not yet privy to. Like, the best comparison I have to it is, like, the way that people talk about One Piece now and, like, back then is, like, it feels like this was the beginning of that. Unfortunately, it became not that.
And here's the thing that's really weird too, is that the lore that was definitely had a weird imperialist Japan allegory to it that was not so subtle and stood out significantly compared to the narrative of the rest of the show was only relevant really to, like, 2 episodes.
Yep.
And that's it. When the rest of the show is very much about grief, forgiveness, and all of that stuff, and how nothing is truly black and white, to have a weird imperialist Japan allegory placing the quote-unquote totally not Koreans as indisputable monsters felt really out of place in a way that you can only be like, this is a weird ham-fisting mangaka bad take. Huh?
Yep. Trying to
when he can write everything else so beautifully nuanced, and then to decide that this is the hill that he wants to die on.
Yep. It's so disappointing. Like, it's
really disappointing.
Great opening. What I thought was going to be maybe like a really great series to, like, continue with following, because, like, it's not, the manga is even finished.
Yeah.
It felt like it had a lot more room to go places, but then they decided to go this direction, and it was so disappointing.
Yeah, and again, it's one of those things. The thing is I would still say the show is worth watching, with the caveat of there's those 2 bad episodes, and that the ending of this season is suspicious.
Yeah.
And again, I'm hoping it doesn't actually play out to be a real romance. I'm hoping this was some sort of, like, power move from the kid, because the kid is smart enough, I believe, to know this, to understand that this woman would have been executed if he did not make a move immediately. She was about to be executed on the spot, basically, when he made the move. So I'm hoping this was a power play and not, like, a true, sincere romance.
Yep.
86. It's a war anime. It's pretty good. I don't know. I don't really know what to talk about it for it. I enjoyed it. It's good.
Oh, this is not the one I was thinking of. I was thinking of a different numbered anime that was like a mystery one.
No, this one's a war anime, but it also involves, like, classism. This is a war anime about classism and Yeah, really just classism. Where basically like the lower classes. It's 86 because Sector 86 is where all the people who they decided to do a eugenics on have been made into human warriors to fight a war against aliens ? They literally what it is they chose all the people who do not have silver hair and blue eyes and sent them off to war. Where they count the deaths of 86 not as actual casualties. So in the news, there's actually a lot of people in their society that don't know that there are casualties in this war and that they are the 86.
Right.
Yeah, because the 86 don't count as humans anymore. They are not people, and so they are not casualties. So a lot of people in their society that are blind to this actually straight up don't know that there are anything conscious in those mechs. It is a mech anime, technically. So yeah, that's that. It's pretty good. I enjoyed it.
Odd Taxi.
Odd Taxi.
Good ass series. You can't talk about what the actual premise is because that doesn't really get revealed till the end.
Yep, we can't talk about Odd Taxi. It's just good.
It's just good. Very good characters, very good writing, very enjoyable. Other 86 Read or Die? I'm not familiar with this.
That is a really old anime about this is my childhood anime. I actually really need to rewatch it. Read or Die is about these 3 sisters who have the power to control paper in different ways. And they're all fucking nerd ass librarians, and they're essentially magical girl paper magical girls. I don't remember most of it, I'll be honest. I was like really fucking young when I watched Read or Die.
I love the character designs a lot. They're really
cute.
good.
I think we're at a point where we're gonna start skimming. Gakensuo is fucking insane. Shugo, it's Monte Cristo. It's Monte Cristo, but fucking bonkers.
I don't know how they came up with this premise.
It is sci-fi. It is sci-fi fantasy Count of Monte Cristo, and is the most insane shit I've ever seen. I love the mech battle at the end. I love the mech battle at the end.
Of Dumas, Count of Monte Cristo was the mech battle at the very end. That was my
it was the mech battle. That one was my favorite. Shugochara, this is an OG magical girl anime that has a lot of sus material nowadays, but it's very of the time.
Vampire Knight.
Oh, Vampire Knight.
Vampire Knight. More vampire media that has a caveat.
Tiger and Bunny, Dead Man Wonderland, It's good. The ending, the manga's much better.
Tiger Bunny.
Squid Girl.
Gay men tokusatsu.
Yeah, it's tokusatsu gay men, but also like capitalist. It's tokusatsu gay men and also capitalist. My Hero Academia with grown men.
Yeah, tokusatsu's already gay as well, so probably also watch tokusatsu and stuff.
Yeah.
You probably already know this one.
Which one?
Oh, I'm talking to the audience. You probably already know everything about SAO.
Oh, this is so true. We don't need to talk about that shit. Ooh, there's Gangsta.
Free is gay swimsuit boy sports anime. Gangsta. We love the main 2 guys. Very hot people.
Gay fantasy gang wars.
Mm.
If I remember correctly, I kind of want to rewatch Gangsta. It's been a really long time.
Or hot in Gangsta. It has one of the hottest, like, literally open up the Gangsta opening and you'll be like, whoa, mama, those are some hot people.
Literally.
If you didn't know you were bisexual before, you will know.
Yep, you will know. You will know instantly. Oh, here's Code Realize. This is a reverse harem anime that is it's steampunk, and it was a good fun watch.
I see.
You know, let me just is there any notable Hypnosis Mike, everyone should watch it actually.
Bungo Stray Dogs, that one also has interesting stuff.
Gay reincarnations of classic literary writers.
Both good and bad ones.
Yeah, both affectionate and derogatory. Hypnosis Mike, everyone should watch it. I'm actually going to talk about this one for a second. Hypnosis Mike, the premise is women take over Japan and outlaw guns, but they then issue these things called hypnosis mics, which you can use instead of guns. And so if you rap really good, you can deal psychic damage to your opponents. That's the premise. It is the rap battle anime where you deal psychic damage to your opponents. And I think that's really funny.
I love some of the character designs in it.
They're so silly. Your boy Kong Ming.
Your boy Kong Ming. We love your boy Kong Ming.
We love Kong Ming. He's dad of all time.
Just a very fun watch.
Everyone watch your boy Kong Ming. The premise is Kong Ming from the stories, if you've heard of him. He is reincarnated in modern Japan, and he becomes this wannabe growing idol girl's manager because he like falls in love with her music. And then he just kind of turns into her dad and manager, and he uses his classical battle tactics from the stories, TM, to help her become a better idol and a better performer.
Because he thinks he's reincarnated and considers her a demon that...
No, it didn't say that. That was just day one. He learns that he is actually just reincarnated for real. That was just the premise when he was really drunk, because he was reincarnated when he died and was reincarnated. He was reincarnated into Shibuya on Halloween.
He thought it was hell, and he was having a fun time in it. I love that though.
Shibuya on Halloween is hell. Shibuya is hell on Halloween. I don't blame him.
It's very cool though that he was like, you know what, I like this. I'll just go
fine. I'm just gonna scroll way down. Oh, this is my lowest rated. Okay, what? No, okay, these don't have ratings. I was about to say Jujutsu Kaisen Zero is not the lowest rated movie. There's no way. I really love Jujutsu Kaisen Zero. Oh, hey, Black Bullet. Black Bullet is my lowest actually rated series. The rest of these I didn't rate.
Ben,
yeah,
you can take the floor on Black Bullet.
I've watched it 6 times. Actually, no, I think I've only watched it 4 times. So while Code Geass is the worst thing I've ever seen affectionate, Black Bullet is the worst thing I've ever seen derogatory.
Yep.
So the premise of Black Bullet is that there is an alien parasite that has fallen over the world. And specifically Japan, because that's how these things work, obviously. And there are entire governmental divisions that are based to fight the monsters created by this parasite that managed to get into their walls, because they build walls, basically, that are made of a special metal. That is a black metal, hence Black Bullet, because they use black bullets made of that special metal that repels this parasite. But sometimes the parasites do still get into the walls, and there's an entire government division that deals with them. And so our main character is one of them. One of the people that deal with it, and everyone that deals with that fights these monsters are given a partner that I don't remember the fucking term for. But they are essentially young girls who have absorbed the parasite but have not been taken over by them. All of them are young girls. Every single one of them are young children girls, small girls.
So you already know what series you're getting into. Let's see.
Gastrea
is
Gastrea is the parasite, yeah. But there's like a different term for the girls. This is a reverse lolly harem.
Cursed children is what.
Cursed children, yes. This anime does turn into a reverse lolly or not a reverse lolly harem. This is just a lolly harem. This is a harem of young girls around this boy.
It's fully gross.
Yes, disgusting. It's honestly mind-bogglingly terrible, so much so that I have watched it fully through 4 times. Why? I don't know. Maybe I'm hoping that maybe somehow I'll watch it again and it'll be different, and it never is. I think the thing that upsets me the most about it is that the ending is actually really good. The ending of the anime is actually very satisfying and interesting. And also there are 2 characters in it that I really fucking love. I can't remember the one's name, but the other is Kohana. They're villains that are used on a lot of the promotional material that are in only about 2 episodes and then die/disappear and then reappear in the last like 2 episodes. For some reason. When we thought they were both dead.
Hiroko. Kagetane Hiroto.
Yeah, masked guy. Yeah, it's a guy with a cool fucking mask, and he's a weird-ass freak, and then he has a freak-ass murder daughter, who is one of the cursed children. All the cursed children are based on animals, too. Like, the main guy's weird little lolly girl. She is bunny adjacent, so she does lots of kickies. But Kahane, the evil masked dude's cool-ass daughter, she's a praying mantis, and she wields, like, dual swords in, like, a fucked up little evil way. And I just love them, because, like, unlike every other character where they're either, like, abusing the children in a weirdly voyeuristic way, or they are sexualizing the children in a fucking awful way, like, Kahane and her dad, they're just, like, fun evil family. Like, they love each other so much, but like in a normal family father-daughter way, they just also are murderers and serial killers together. And I love them a lot, and I kind of want to just straight up steal them and keep them as my own. Just fully rip them from the show and say, these are mine now, actually. These are mine now, actually. They belong to me. I've never heard of Black Bullet. These are mine. Entirely. And I love them dearly. Terrible show. Don't watch it. But if you do, come talk to me about it.
You need to unload your trauma. No.
Literally, I've literally made other people watch it specifically so I could hurt them the way it's hurt me. Entirely. Oh hey, here's Pretty Boy Detective Club. The other anime that hurt me. Pretty Boy Detective Club, the premise is there's this girl who, I don't even remember what her fucking deal is. She just, like, has a mystery, and there's this high school, actually, no, they're middle schoolers. They're all middle schoolers.
Yeah, it's very emphasized that they're middle
It's
school.
very emphasized they are in middle school. So they're middle schoolers, and this girl has a mystery, and then there's this detective club in their weird-ass, bougie middle school. And, but the only member, the detective club is literally called the Pretty Boy Detective Club. So the 3 rules of the club is that you must be pretty, you must be a boy, and you must be a detective. That is literally, word for word, the rules of the club. You must be pretty, you must be a boy, and you must be a detective. That is what they do. So she had a mystery, so she went to them to get assistance. And then it turns out they solve her mystery, and it turns out she actually really likes being here. And one point that I will give to the show is that they're pretty cool about gender. Like, really weirdly cool about gender, which is also why I rank it so low, because it makes me mad that there's so many parts that I actually really enjoy, and so much of it that's fucking awful. Because this girl is like, hey, so you need to be pretty and a boy and a detective, yes. And then the main boy is like, yes, absolutely. And then she's like, so am I pretty? And he's like, yeah, absolutely. You're gorgeous. And then she's like, okay, I can be a detective because I helped you guys solve this mystery. And he's like, yes. And she was then like, okay, so what if I said I was a boy now, actually? And he's like, well, then you're a boy then, actually. And she's like, cool, I went in your club. I'm pretty, I'm a boy, and I'm a detective. And he's like, works for me. He's like, signs off on it. He's like, sounds great. Welcome to the club. That's literally, and I kind of love that. I'm not gonna lie. I fucking love that. I kind of love that she was like, okay, so I'm pretty, and he's like, yes. All right, and I could be a detective, uh-huh. All right, what if I'm a boy, actually? Yeah, sounds good. Works for me. Mm-hmm.
Perfect.
You meet the 3 criteria. You are pretty, you are a detective, and you are also a boy now, actually. So we're cool. Welcome to the club. I love that. I kind of fucking love that sincerely so deeply.
But otherwise, problems.
Oh yeah, they're also really cool about it in the other way too, where like the main boy, he cross-dresses a lot. Yeah. And he's really cool about it. He's just like, yeah, so I need to be a cute girl for this because it'll work better? Okay, I'm gonna be a cute girl for this. I'm gonna go put on a cute little schoolgirl uniform and put some pigtails in my hair and we'll call it good, hell yeah. And they're all cool with it. And everyone's just so normal about it. But everything else is they significantly sexualize these literal middle schoolers, the oldest being 15, the youngest being 12, I think.
Oh.
For instance, see, what I'm not mad about is the fact that these kids get into fucking wild hijinks. I'm not upset about that. For instance, I am not upset about these kids trying to decipher who is running the underground middle school gambling ring. Okay? Yeah. I'm not fucked up about these kids trying to figure out who is running the full.
I might have had a gambling ring in middle school.
No, but like not only that, this is like some bougie ass crazy shit. Like I'm not upset about these kids trying to figure out who's running the underground middle school casino. Red carpets and all, gambling machines and all.
Okay. I didn't have that.
Yeah, I'm not upset about that, okay? I'm cool with these kids going into this underground middle schooler casino to try and figure out who's running the casino, okay? I am upset that they do specifically put these middle schoolers in Playboy bunny suits and flaunt them around. Again, the oldest being 15 and the youngest being 12.
Oh.
That I fucking hate. But see, I wasn't gonna say that it was okay. But I was gonna just avert my gaze and just pretend it's not there and move on because I thought the rest of it was insane enough and silly enough that it's like, okay, one offense.
That happened, it was weird, but...
That happened, that was gross, we're moving on. Later in the show, there was a nude massage scene. A nude candlelit massage scene. And at that point, I'm like, you've made two strikes. It's fucking over. Be gone. Vanish. And I'm mad, too, because, again, this shit was so fucking silly and insane. The art style and animation is bonkers in this show. It is crazy wild. The opening, banger. Absolutely baller. And then so much of the show, again, is so much fun. Like, again, it's so fucking silly how she's like, okay, I'm a boy now. Can I join your club? And he's like, absolutely. Perfect. You've met my criteria. I think it's so fucking silly that these middle schoolers are busting underground casinos. Underground illegal casinos. I love that these kids actively get kidnapped because of a government conspiracy that they accidentally uncovered. And that's just a thing that happens.
I see.
And they get out of it.
Classic boy hijinks.
Yeah, this is classic little boy hijinks. I think that's so fucking funny. I think that's insane. I think that's hilarious. Yeah. I wish it didn't sexualize the 12-year-olds. I wish it did not put the 12-year-olds in Playboy bunny suits. I wish there wasn't a multiple minutes long nude candlelit massage scene with the 12-year-olds.
God damn it.
It's awful. It's fucking awful. I wanted to like this show so bad because I really wanted something fucking silly, you know?
Yep.
I wanted something silly, funny. It truly was so disappointing. Beyond belief.
Yep. Mm-hmm. All right. May you indulge me for a moment?
Yes.
I think you'll also have, a lot of things to say about this as well.
Mm-hmm.
This is a personal insult to the monster fucker community that Ancient Magus Brad turned out the way it did.
Oh my god. You have no idea. You have no idea.
I do have an idea. I was there. I was on the front lines.
Okay. Everyone sit down. Buckle in. This is Fennel's most controversial opinion because so many people love Ancient Magus Bride. Ancient Magus Bride sucks.
Yes.
It sucks so bad. Ancient Magus Bride is a disappointment.
Gorgeous animation, gorgeous art style.
terrible.
I would even argue that the art style is overrated because the way some of the characters are designed, fucking uninspired, lazy.
I'll say the anime does have like actually like gorgeous animation, lighting, and color design. That's something
that is true. I will understand color design, animation, lighting, very good. I would say some of the character designs are extremely uninspired.
That's
I
fair.
think I really like Chise. I really like Elias. There's a couple of other characters that I like, but then there's a lot of characters that a lot of the monster designs are extremely boring. A lot of the monster designs get really boring. So Ancient Magus Bride, the premise is our main girl Chise, who I believe is 15, is super fucking depressed. She has not had a good thing happen to her in her entire life. She is truly a miserable individual.
She has been like a slave.
She has been treated fucking awful her entire life. So she decides, her parents have abandoned her. Actually, no, I think her mom committed suicide because she hated her child so much. She hated Chise so fucking much that she just jumped. And her dad left her because of all of this grief. She's a miserable individual, so she decides to say fuck it all, and she sells herself to the black market.
Yep.
Which again, I'm not even okay. Like I'm not even mad at this point. We're still in the okay zone. I'm like, whatever. I get it.
We were
premise drama. We're setting up. Okay.
Yeah.
So she is purchased at the black market by a man to be as a slave. His name is Elias, and he's he's very sexy. He's a tall, animal skull-headed, caped wizard. And he says to her that he has bought her to be his bride. Yep. And here's the thing, okay? Even that I was about to be like, okay. We're at the start of the story. We don't know where this is going yet.
Yeah, we don't know if that's actually like how it feels, you know.
Yeah, everyone hang on, you know? Everyone hold on to our seats. We can still come back from this.
We can salvage this.
We never come back from this.
Nope.
No. What I hoped for the story to be the problem is I watched the OVA first, which is a prequel OVA.
I watched the prequel OVA as well, and
it was really good. I really, really enjoyed the prequel OVA significantly, and it set my expectations far higher for the show than it crashed. It broke my heart.
It has some like interesting implications on like I would say like it does explore like full out grooming, right? Like
yes, it does.
I think it handles it pretty okay.
Yes, and it shows a lot of the background of like why Chise is the way she is and how she's grown up. And it's fucking messy, but I really loved the OVA. So when I watched the actual show and it was the way it was, my heart shattered. This show fucking sucks. The pacing is awful. All the characters are one-dimensional. Like beyond, actually, Chise might be the only one that actually has any depth to her. Everyone else, even Elias, one-dimensional, fucking cardboard cutouts. I saw a lot of praise for the show for being inspired by and using a lot of Western mythology, a lot of Celtic mythology, and a lot of European mythology, stuff like that.
And like that's
embarrassing
cool to
uses
explore,
of
but
it.
they don't do well.
No, it's a fucking embarrassing disgraces of a use of Celtic and European mythology. It's fucking awful. It's fucking miserable. It's
like looked at Berserk and was like, I could do that. No.
It's so watered down. Like there's no point. They didn't need to use it. They could have used fucking anything. Like the way that it is used, it's like they could have not even. It's worse than Harry Potter.
Probably a little bit worse, yeah.
At least Harry Potter actually like was trying to grip at something. They could have renamed everything that they used and it would have meant nothing. Is how bad it was.
Yeah.
And even the things that took inspiration. No, even the fairies sucked.
Yeah, they're not great.
They're like awful. It's actually like offensive, honestly. I find it sort of like offensive. The way that they treat the fae. as like characters. I'm like, this is actually just garbage.
They're boring for what fairies should be.
Boring and just miserable writing and I don't know, like the way that they treat Tatiana.
Yeah. Yeah.
It's like, why? Who, what fetish is this? I can't even identify the fetish, but it's clearly a fetish. I can't tell what this fetish is, but it's clearly one of them, because it's the only way to explain why you've done what you've done. It's something the writer is into, obviously. It has to be. There's no other answer. If I were to rewrite all of Ancient Magus Bride, I would make it a found family.
Yes, that's where I was hoping it went, and it didn't.
I was hoping I would have even forgiven Elias saying that he wanted this girl to marry him with the excuse that he is just inept, okay, and that he didn't know what he wanted, and that actually he just wants company and people in his life, and to have people in his life emotionally. I could have forgiven it.
You couldn't like figure out the terms for that.
Yes. Instead, what they do is so weirdly and so blatantly, to the point that it's like, wow, you really want us to believe this, huh? To the point where I don't even think you believe this, is how much you keep saying it, is that they really insist that Elias, despite being thousands of years old and having a fucking mortgage and paying taxes and having slaves, being a slave owner, is so emotionally immature that he is that of a teenager, and thus on Chisei's level.
They show he has a human form, or a human disguise, basically. It's like a full-grown man. And then, hold on. I have something to show you real quick, because I was like, I have to look up Ancient Magus just to like refresh myself. This is the most insane title I've ever seen someone put on a YouTube video.
Okay.
I'm personally insulted by the title of this video.
Elias' new awesome human form.
And then they do like this, where...
Okay, I'm watching a video for those who can't see, and that's okay. You'll just cope. Okay, I'm watching.
Why is he a generic white-haired boy?
He is a generic white-haired anime boy.
New awesome human form.
New awesome human form. There's literally multiple white-haired pretty anime boys in this show that are significantly hotter than Elias.
I feel personally insulted by that title.
The dragon Razor. He's hot. I wish we saw him more.
Yeah.
He's very hot and sexy.
There's also that lady in the first episode that like gives the magic items.
Who's like Winry adjacent.
Yeah.
She's pretty cute. I wish we saw her more. We don't see anyone but Elias and Chisei, really. And they're both suck. What I wanted out of the show is to see Chisei maybe learn that there are things in this world worth living for, and to have some, to learn to have autonomy for herself. And to have opinions. Instead, she doesn't do that. She does just learn that actually she wants to be to be Elias's slave. That is kind of actually where it ends. That's where the show ends on season 1, is that she was literally given the option to leave. And she's like, actually, I do want to marry you, and makes a whole thing of it where she gets like this wedding gown and she waits on like a stump under the moonlight and waits for him posed sexily. And it's awful. It's fucking awful. I cannot stress enough how much I hate Ancient Magus Bride, and how I don't know how people enjoy it. Like, there's a lot of things where I can like understand why people enjoyed a thing. I genuinely cannot understand what the appeal to Ancient Magus Bride is. I can even understand the appeal of Black Bullet without like, I can understand why there might be people out there that like it. It's for bad reasons, is what it is. It's for bad reasons, but at least I can see the reasons.
This YouTube thumbnail perfectly encapsulates how I feel.
Bro, she's 15.
Bro, she's 15.
Yeah,
you kidding?
Bro, she's 15. That's the thumbnail. Yup. She's 15. She's 15. It's so bad. It's so bad. It's so bad. It's so bad. I cannot stress enough how bad it is. I can't find the appeal in Ancient Magus Bride.
Would you lower your score?
I might, honestly. I think it's the reason it's a 4 is because there's a lot in there that I'm like, it could have been good. And you've done terrible things to it. You've done disgusting, awful things to it. I think that's why a 4.
I have fumbled it, though, too much for
no,
my
here's
own...
the thing. Because I still watched all of Ancient Magus Bride.
God damn it.
I still watched the whole thing, and honestly, I might watch season 2.
It did get an announcement.
Season 2 is announced, and it is in production, and it is airing, I believe, at the end of this year. And I will probably watch it. And I will be angry, and I will be back. I will be back. Right here, to scream and sob openly.
Review if they maybe tried salvaging it, or if they doubled down.
Yeah. Anyway, how much are you guys gonna pay me to eat this bowl of wasabi?
$10.
$10. I'll do it for $10. Fuck it. I'm not kidding. I'm doing it right now.
You're desperate for money, Fan. I'm sorry.
I bought an adoptable for the first time last night with money I didn't have, and then I lied to my mother. So yes, I'm desperate for money.
Faye. I'll pay you a little bit more than that.
No, it's okay. Please don't. Please don't pay me more than $10.
Too late.
Oh fuck. All right. Well, now I'm eating the wasabi here. Let me get a good zoom in. Let me zoom in the camera.
No, wait, don't actually eat. I'm just gonna pay you $10.
No. I hold up my side of the deal. I'm eating the wasabi for $10.
$15 to not eat wasabi.
Too late. It's in my mouth now. Here we go.
Oh, man. Why?
Ooh, that burns. I don't have anything to drink either.
Why did you do this?
It burns. My whimpering is actually not picking up on the microphone.
How did you do this to yourself?
Because I have bad impulse control.
Literally, it was like intrusive thoughts. I should eat a bowl of wasabi, and you're like, no, I'll ask if I get paid for it, then I'll do it.
I don't have anything to drink, Fred.
Is your sister chat? Please bring Fen water. Jesus Christ.
I actually don't have any water. I don't have anything. I drink all my soup. I drink all my juice.
Why did you do this?
I might drink directly out of the kettle. I think there's still water in the kettle.
No, don't do that. That's terrible.
No, it's fine. I'll go drink out of the kettle like
Go to
I
a sink or something. Go to a sink. Don't get the fucking detain bomb water.
No.
What are you doing? Chat. Please donate to Fen. Please donate to Fen. Oh my god, it's go to a sink. I will cover the chat while you find something.
No, it's fine.
Fen!
It's fine. I'm strong.
No! You don't have to be strong for this. Are you kidding me?
I'm strong.
Fen,
Oh my god, there's still some tea in this cup for my leftover night.
No! Go drink water! Go get water!
Anyway, I have another half of the wasabi to eat. Give me a second.
Please give Fen money so they don't do things like this.
No, I'm eating the other half of the wasabi. 1 second.
No! Get water first! You can take a break!
I drank the overnight tea. It's fine.
You don't have water for afterwards!
No, I still have more overnight tea.
Don't overnight tea. Go get some water.
The wasabi's already in my mouth. It's too late.
Why are you doing this to yourself?
It's content, baby. It's content with nobody watching. It's just me here. No fucking way. Do you need a picture of my mouth vor perspective?
Oh. Good
You
lord.
think I would lie to you?
Listen, I would do things for content. I might have even done this, but at least have water near me or get water after the pain, please. Distracted Tigger got bit by a zombie.
Oh, fuck.
Wow, you're really committed to this spice rack.
Oh. Oh, God.
What have you done to yourself?
They thought it would be funny if I did this and then they couldn't stop themselves. Yeah, here, I'm gonna eat one of these pickled gingers, too. See if that helps.
That has nothing to do with... What are you doing?
Pickled ginger comes with sushi plates. It's a palate cleanser. I'm hoping it'll make it hurt less.
Okay.
One of these pickled gingers let me feel better.
Hopefully.
I'm just gonna suck on it, honestly. I don't like the texture of pickled ginger, but I really like the flavor, so I'm just gonna suck on this.
My god.
Anyway, that was the stream.
Oh man, I love that we're both like, you know what? You know, both me and Fen, we're the people that will like give into our impulses that everyone else is afraid to.
We have very different impulses though, because for you, you
Yeah,
also terrify me.
Yep, you terrify me for different reasons than I terrify you.
Who's live right now?
Let me see if you don't have anyone. I'll see if I have.
I don't think I sort of have people, but no one like. Oh no, I don't know yet. Alright, who do
Let's
you
see.
have?
I guess Penny Snapcube is online.
Yeah, I was trying to find someone who's a little smaller.
Real smaller. Let me see. Do I have anyone that?
I have like Penny and I have Hiragi Yu.
Oh, Hiragi Yu. Let's see. Any of the other people?
Oh, actually, maybe I do want to rate Hiragi Yu. Hiragi Yu is doing a Pokemon Smasher Pass right now.
Oh, okay. We need to watch that.
Oh god, the heartburn is already setting in.
Go
right.
get water.
No, it's fine. I can send off stream and then go get water.
God.
Anyway, thanks everybody for hanging out with me. It's been a good time. That was my anime opinions. I'm sweating. I'll see you guys. I'll see you guys Monday. For the second half of the week, I'm going out of town for for pet sitting. So I'll see you guys. I'll see you guys for Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, and then I leave Thursday, and then I'll be back the following Monday. Yeah.
Sounds good.
It's been nice knowing you all. Spoofy, do you have anything to plug?
You know, hi, I'm McSpoofy. I'm almost at affiliate levels. I need to stream more, but I do plan on streaming more. You can find me at McSpoofy VT, McSpoofy VT on Twitch. You can find me at McSpoofy on Twitter. I will put out an actual schedule for the next week. But I will also promise that I am a stream goblin that will randomly do golem streams or other things that are just completely random that will terrify you. But yeah, I'm close to affiliate, so that's something I want to do this month.
Yep.
I'm literally 4 followers away. God,
oh, yeah, everyone go follow. Anyway, I'm getting a headache from eating a lot of wasabi. I'm gonna go now. Bye everybody. Take care. We'll see you guys. Suhidagi, everyone say good words to Suhidagi. I'm a big fan of them. They're very funny, very charming, and they're playing Pokemon Smash or Pass right now. So go make good impressions. I'll set the raid. Everyone take care. Have a good night.